Доброго дня, я б навіть сказала доброго ранку усім глядачам форуму Creative Ukraine 2020, який вже четвертий рік поспіль проходить завдяки зусиллям Міністерства культури та інформаційної політики України. Я впевнена, що зараз лунають онлайн-оплески ваші перед екранами моніторів. Так, цього року наша зустріч онлайн. Звичайно, нові часи диктують нові правила, але ми дуже сподіваємося, що на ефективність нашого форуму цей онлайн, цей гібридний формат не вплине. Основна тематика форуму цього року є збалансованість розвитку креативних індустрій і осмислення наслідків кризи в культурі, які викликані епідемією коронавірусу. Не для кого не секрет, що на креативну сферу дуже сильно вплинула економічна і взагалі криза коронавірусу у світі, тому сьогодні і завтра протягом наступних 2 днів на цій сцені ми будемо говорити про те, як вийти з цієї кризи. Протягом 2 днів панельні дискусії з експертами та урядовцями, учасники поділяться досвідом та цікавою аналітикою, обговорять світові тренди та задизайнують механізм державного стимулювання креативної економіки. Також на вас чекають секторальні модулі, це відбуватиметься у другій половині дня, і сьогодні, і завтра, і у креативних секторах будуть такі фахівці з моди, книговидання, кіно, концертної індустрії, і всі вони поділяться тонкощами своїх професій і разом обговорять, як виходити з кризи. Хочемо подякувати партнерам, і цьогоріч захід відбувається за підтримки уряду Німеччини через Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, програма USAID, конкурентоспроможна економіка України і трансформація комунікацій, та програма ЄС Дім Європи. Тож, друзі, налаштовуйтеся на дуже насичену програму. Ви маєте змогу брати мову перегляду. Це дуже легко зробити просто на сторінці перегляду. Також, аби наш форум мав комунікацію, ви також можете ставити питання онлайн за допомогою чат-боту. Ви можете знайти також на сторінці QR-код, посилання, це дуже просто. Ви наводите свій смартфон ось на цей QR-код, ви переходите в чат-бот і відправляєте свої запитання, які будуть отримані відповіді під час включення з моїм колегою Єгором Гордєєвим у Грінрумі. Це буде відбуватися між панельними дискусіями. Ну що ж, ми готові починати. Знову прошу ваших онлайн-оплесків. Так, на сьогодні і завтра все буде по-справжньому, але в онлайні. І для вітальної надихаючої промови я хочу передати слово людині, яка ще зовсім нещодавно, буквально кілька років тому, була частиною креативної індустрії, і, напевно, з усіх урядовців і з усієї верхівки влади, як ніхто знає, що таке креативна індустрія в Україні. Президент України Володимир Зеленський.
President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky.
Привіт всім.
Hi everyone.
Мої щирі вітання
I'd like to
Україна 2020.
express my sincere greetings to the participants of this forum. In 2016, on the Davos World Economic Forum has forecasted 10 key competencies critical for success, 3 of which are creativity, creative thinking, and problem solving. And 2020 has shown us that the pandemic requires a systematic approach with consideration of the possible risks, critical thinking to the mess in the informational space, and flexibility to achieve non-standard solutions which are capable of governing the world. That's why the creative economy is very much on time. Its time has come. Of course, the crisis is difficult, but creativity is not so much about entertainment. Creative economy is about using constrained resources and the possibility to capitalize on talent, intellect, and mastery, and to sell to sell modern cultural and medical solutions to the society at large. It's a possibility for self-realization which is possible to make people happy and to make for a happy country. This year, we have launched a number of initiatives to support the Ukrainian creative industries, the development of tourism infrastructure, renovation of cultural landmarks, creation of creative hubs in the regions of Ukraine, etc. We will demonstrate that culture is much wider than the stage of any theater and that it lasts longer than a symphonic concerto. Creative industries create added value and jobs. They develop cities, they generate original content and senses. The creative industries are about networking and connections. Creative industries unite all kinds of different industries, formats, content, and directions, cultural and economic, the traditional and the modern, homemade and innovational, the past and the future. The wares of Carpathian folk masters become a basis for high fashion in Kiev. Now, murals are being created based on literary works. Kiev designers create fonts based on modern Ukrainian music. I'm convinced that the creative economy must become a priority for our development, and for that we have a pool of talented people and a unique cultural resource. We have heritage, and now the creative industries are a phoenix which is re-emerging from the ashes, re-emerges in a renewed, young and strong and adapted form to the new life and the new reality of this life. And the government is going to do everything so that this reality for creative industries poses to be comfortable and the conditions are as favorable as possible. I'd wish you all a constructive and content-filled dialogue and tangible results of this dialogue in the future.
Дякуємо Володимиру Зеленському за цю промову, за це креативне відео. І зараз для вітального слова запрошуємо на сцену голову представництва єС в Україні Маті Масікас. Пане Маті Масікас, вітаємо.
Welcome.
Доброго ранку. Вітаю всіх учасників.
Good morning.
Really happy to be here today, this morning with you at this fantastic conference. And may I say that during my stay in Ukraine, more than a year already, the vibrant Ukrainian cultural scene has been one of the best treats and one of the best things that has happened to me in Ukraine. Thank you very much for that. But now to a more serious issues. Culture shock. That's an expression, that's a thing that is getting a new meaning this year. Along with the tourism sector, cultural and creative sectors are among the most affected by the current crisis. I would like to express my sincere solidarity with performers, artists, creators, authors, publishers, their companies, and all other cultural creators and workers, including amateur creators, who all have been severely affected by the global COVID pandemic in Ukraine. The crisis affects Ukrainian society and Ukrainian economy as a whole. According to the Ministry of Culture, 83 billion hryvnia are the cumulative loss of culture and creative industries and tourism industries in Ukraine due to the coronavirus. This is equal to 2% of Ukraine's GDP. National and local governments across the globe have introduced multiple measures to support workers and firms, companies in light of COVID-19. Effective support, anti-crisis policy for culture is a challenge by itself due to the particularities of the cultural sector. Variety of employment formats, lack of adequate statistics make it difficult to channel the assistance to those in utmost needs. Culture and creative industries also have sector-specific and highly varied business models that government policies do not always sufficiently recognize. For example, business models vary across the sector from not-for-profit and public institutions like museums or libraries to large for-profit players, platforms like Netflix or Spotify. The European Union works very hard on the solutions for culture and creative sectors. Culture has been identified as an important and affected sector to be covered by our rescue and recovery actions, by a direct action plan with the aim of providing additional funding to much affected regions and economic sectors. This week, the EU negotiators have agreed on a new budget of 2.2 billion euros for Creative Europe's program for the next 7 years. This provision marks a 50% increase compared to the previous 7-year budget, which accounted for 1.46 billion in total. The government of Ukraine is making big efforts to help culture. There is institutional support through the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. There are legal and tax measures that all are strong signals to the sector. However, it is always possible to do more to make the anti-crisis measures more targeted and more effective. This conference is a good opportunity to reflect on the ongoing support and plan sector-specific interventions with the best international experts and creative sectors practitioners. The EU continues to support Ukraine in the area of culture. It has exceeded 17 million euro in the years of 2018 to 2020, and we have adjusted it to this year's challenges. Our House of Europe program has launched its anti-crisis wave of assistance to Ukrainian artists and cultural operators. We launched it already as early as in April of this year for the amount of 800,000 euros. Another success story was the Odessa Film Festival, which used the Creative Europe program grant to go online and attracted impressive 170,000 online visitors. The full consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic on the cultural and creative sectors and industries are just becoming apparent, with the overall medium and long-term impact is still unknown. At the same time, other global challenges have not disappeared overnight. The post-pandemic recovery and revitalization of culture and creative policies are strictly connected to the other challenges that Ukraine and the world are facing, starting with social and environmental challenges, as well as digital transition. The promotion of new, innovative, sustainable and digital solutions that can help the sector in the current times and beyond is thus a priority. The European Union has been providing bilateral financing and technical assistance to support Ukraine's development in the context of global challenges like environmental crisis, economic and private sector development, energy reforms, and immediate threats like the COVID pandemic. The EU has shown solidarity with Ukraine in the face of the pandemic crisis by quickly mobilizing a support package of 190 million euros, covering both the health crisis and socio-economic relief, notably for small and medium-sized enterprises, which also covers the creative sector, vulnerable groups, and civil society. Culture and creativity will stay in the center of our cooperation, both as a sector by itself and as a set of worldwide views and values, which I am sure we are sharing with the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
Пане Маті Масікас, дякуємо вам дуже. Thank you so much.
Маті
Ну
Масікас,
і
thank you very
ми
much.
йдемо
And
далі.
we
І
continue.
зараз з нами на зв'язку тимчасово повірена у
Right
справах
now,
США
we
Крістіна
would like
Квін.
to hear
Пані
from the
Крістіно,
Chargé
вітаємо вас.
d'Affaires,
Hello.
Christina Quinn.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so glad to join you all today at the 4th Annual Creative Ukraine Forum. And I appreciate that even though we're online, we're still able to gather together today and talk about the very important issues at hand, and also consider the impact that COVID has had on those issues. So today, we're celebrating the unique contributions that Ukraine has made to global culture over the centuries. For example, in the United States, the beautiful Shedrick song is known to Americans as Carol of the Bells and is one of our most treasured Christmas carols. In fact, in the upcoming Christmas season, I'm sure we're going to be hearing it a lot. More recently, we can't forget that Ukrainians have won the Eurovision Song Contest twice, the only Eastern European nation to do so. And I'm happy to report that Americans have actually started to discover Eurovision, and it's now quite popular even in the United States. So as Ukraine moves along the path of Euro-Atlantic integration, Ukraine's young creative minds reimagine Ukrainian culture with a Western perspective. Vyshyvankas are now appearing on the runways in New York, Paris, and London, allowing Ukrainian designers to demonstrate Ukraine's rich tradition of embroidery. And Ukraine has become a foodie haven, which I myself personally have really enjoyed. There's an array of amazing young chefs creating modern versions of beloved Ukrainian dishes. In just the past couple of months, we have seen national attention to the Ukrainian staple of borscht, and Ukrainian staple, I'll repeat that, nominated for recognition as a UNESCO certified cultural product. New Ukrainian chefs like Yevgeny Kloptenko are helping the world better appreciate Ukraine's unique food culture. As Ukraine's identity as a strong, independent nation has developed, Ukrainians have discovered how unique their own culture is and have started sharing that culture beyond Ukraine's borders. And this realization expands the potential for collaboration between our countries in the creative sphere. As you know, I'm from California, and so entertainment has always been an important part of my upbringing and culture, and I see a lot of similar dynamism here in Ukraine as I grew up with in California. As some of you know, the United States through USAID supported the creative partnership that brought Mr. Klopotenko to the world. We are also proud to support the historical series There Will Be Humans in partnership with Film UA and the Ministry of Culture. We also support modules on the film industry and social impact content at today's forum, where we will discuss how film in particular can leverage the power of entertainment to drive social change. I'm sure it'll be a fascinating discussion and that good ideas will come out of it. In the United States, we are very familiar with the power of the creative sphere to mobilize, engage, and inform, and to provide a voice when one is needed, even on the global stage. Generations of Americans have learned about our history, values, and potential through entertainment and cultural products. The same is happening in Ukraine today. Last year's Ukrainian submission to the Academy Awards, Nariman Aliyev's Homeward, about the illegal annexation of Crimea, is just one example of this. What these products also show us is that when we build partnerships with civil society, the creative community, and government, our potential to preserve and expand the cultural sphere expands. The United States is happy to support Ukraine in fostering these partnerships, strengthening these industries, and introducing Ukrainian culture to the world in all its depth and diversity. Thank you, and best of luck over the next 2 days.
Thank you so much. Thank you for these really warm words to Ukraine and to our forum. Thank you, Christina. І ми знаємо, що за участі, за підтримки пані Кристини був підготовлений відеоролик спеціальне відео, яке ми просто зараз побачимо.
Історія і спадщина надихають.
History and heritage inspire.
Україна надихає тебе.
Ukraine inspires you.
Ти надихаєш літературу.
You inspire literature.
Література
Literature
надихає
inspires ballet.
Балет
Ballet
надихає кіно.
inspires cinema.
Кіно надихає музику.
Cinema inspires music.
Музика надихає
Music
народні промисли.
inspires creative art, folk art.
Народні промисли
Folk art
надихають моду.
Inspires fashion.
Мода надихає
Fashion
дизайн.
inspires design.
Дизайн надихає
Design
технології.
inspires technology.
Технології
Technology
надихають тебе.
Inspires you.
Ти надихаєш
You
Україну.
inspire Ukraine.
Україна
Ukraine
надихає світ.
Inspires the world.
Ти надихаєш
You
світ.
inspire the world.
Дякуємо за це надихаюче
Thank you
дійсно
for this
відео. І дійсно Україна
inspiring video.
дуже
And
потужна
really, Ukraine is a
своїми
very
креативними силами,
powerful in
креативною
its
молоддю,
creative force,
дизайнерами.
creative
І ми надзвичайно
youth and
всі
design,
пишаємося
and
тим, що
we
маємо.
are
І
proud
дуже
of what we
сподіваємося,
have and
що
really
кожна
hope
сфера
that
буде розвиватися і буде
domain
відомою на весь світ.
develop
А
and
щоб
will be
розпочати
famous
програму
throughout the world.
форуму, я запрошую
And,
до виступу
to start
міністра
our
культури та
program,
інформаційної політики
please
України
welcome
Олександра
the Minister
Ткаченка.
of
Поговоримо
Culture
про
and Information
повернення
Policy,
інвестицій в
Alexander
креативній індустрії в
Ткаченко. Let's
Україні,
talk about
а також дізнаємося про
investments
попередні
in
результати
creative
дослідження
Ukraine,
в Київській
and,
школі
we will learn
економіки. Ну і
about,
Олександра, я сподіваюся, що ми
previous,
також почуємо, і я думаю, що будуть
results of the
лунати
previous
протягом 2 днів
research.
ці питання, чи буде держава
And, of
підтримувати
course, the big
креативну
question
індустрію
is,
у
will
наступному
the state
21 році, чи готова
support creative
економічно
industries
держава
in
підтримувати
the
креативну
next
індустрію.
year
Дякую
if
вам,
the
Катерина, що ви
state
тут,
is
що рано
ready to do
прокинулись.
that. Thank you,
Дякую, що
Catherine. Thank you
запросили.
for
І після цього надихаючого ролику ми
being
могли
awake.
приходити
And
на
after
думку, як
this
багато ми
inspiring
не
video,
цінували
I'm
того,
just thinking
що
that
було до карантину.
we really
Тим не менш,
underestimated
сьогодні гарний день,
what we had
гарний
before
день
the
з однієї
pandemic
причини.
and
Ми
the
говоримо
lockdown.
про креативні
We're
індустрії.
talking about
Тому що
creative
Україна
industries right
майбутнього
now.
– це
Because
країна
Ukraine of the
креативних
future
людей,
is a
які вже
Ukraine is a
створюють
country of
крутий
creative people
продукт,
that
і його
create
купує весь світ.
cool
Але перед
products
тим, як
that
ми про це
will
поговоримо,
be purchased by the
наша
world.
відправна точка все ж таки
Before
це
we talk
цінності
about
сучасних
this, our
українців.
starting
Тож,
point
що ми
is what
стартуємо?
values
Пропонуємо
are
відштовхуватися від цінностей,
natural
якими
for
мислять
modern
сьогоднішні
Ukrainians.
українці.
Let's talk about our
Результати
values.
одного соціологічного
And the results of one
дослідження – це 7-ма
social
хвиля світового
research
дослідження
is-
цінностей.
this is
Нещодавно
actually
були
seventh
проведені
wave
і в
of
Україні.
research, and
Вказують на
it's
досить
reached
унікальну
Ukraine.
парадигму мислення сучасних
And actually,
українців.
it points to a very
47%
unique
вважають, що
paradigm
майбутнє
of
має бути поступово
Ukraine's way of
змінено
thinking.
шляхом
And
реформування.
47.2% of
Але
people think that
32,7%
the
кажуть,
future
що
will be
необхідно
gradually
надійний
changed
захист
by
мати
the
сучасного
reforming,
суспільства
and
від впливу руйнівних
32.7
сил.
people
І, ба більше,
thinks that
12% все ще
it's
сподіваються на
necessary
революції.
to protect
Якщо ми говоримо про майбутнє,
our
цікаво було б
values.
дізнатися, що думають батьки,
And
які риси у
we
дітей
were
в першу
wondering
чергу
what
мають розвиватися.
parents
Але
think
і
about
тут
their kids,
цікава
what
інформація. До
skills
топ-5
need to be
якостей,
developed.
які можна виховати дітей у сім'ї, на жаль, не потрапили. 35% незалежність, 12% лише кажуть, що мали б розвивати уяву щодо наприклад. Про що нам говорять ці цифри? Про велику домашню роботу над собою, яку ми повинні зробити. І виконати її нам допоможуть саме креативність, мистецтво та спроможність щоразу підніматися після невдач. Ми усвідомлюємо, що без інвестицій в креативний капітал України немає майбутнього. І це жодною мірою не метафора. Що ж таке креативні індустрії? Про що вони? Вони про людей і розвиток, про економіку та інновації, про ідентичність та глобальність, про імідж та визнання України в світі, про високу додану вартість, яку створюють люди. І головне, це люди, а не сировина. Коли ми говоримо про креативну економіку, ми говоримо також і про гроші, які вона генерує. А це 97 мільярдів гривень, або 3,7% ВВП країни. А ще це 20% приріст експорту щорічно, за який за останні 10 років фактично виріс втричі, і це 4% працюючого населення в креативних індустріях. Серед них 300 тисяч самозайнятих. Фактично кожен 10-й суб'єкт господарювання в Україні – креативний підприємець. І це не просто робочі місця, це високоінтелектуальні творці, митці та інноватори, які вміють і знають, як творити продукт. Коли ми говоримо про креативну економіку, ми не можемо говорити про емоції. Немає емоцій, немає такого продукту. І він завжди має викликати емоції. Коли ми говоримо про креативні індустрії, це про популярність та репутацію серед партнерів в світі. І український креативний бізнес має багато яскравих ідей. Подивимось на Мадонну. Вона в капелюсі, не просто капелюсі, вона в капелюсі львівського Руслана Багінського. Ролик Coldplay знятий в Києві, як і багато інших яскравих речей українською компанією Radioactive. Коли Казка плакала, вона стала лідером світових чартів. Але ми у 2020 році. Цей рік поставив нас перед дилемою – виживання або самовираження. Цінність креативних індустрій надзвичайно висока. І що, як не сьогоднішні реалії це доводять. Зовнішній світ завжди загартовував нас випробуваннями, і саме цей рік поставив нас між вибором виживання чи самовираження. Але наш єдиний шлях – це виживаючи, продовжувати йти шляхом розвитку. І ліричний відступ. Зараз подивимось ролик, який зняли українські музиканти саме під час карантину на телефон.
Created by Ukrainian musicians using just a smartphone.
Да, тепер у нас все інакше.
Now it's all different, just as the song says.
Втрати. 2020 рік. До чого призвів карантин, якщо ми говоримо про креативну економіку? Втрати $3 мільярди. Це 2% ВВП. Тобто, ще 300 тисяч робочих місць. Якщо ми будемо продовжувати в той самий спосіб, нас чекає.
jobs. If we continue
Перспектива
with
не дуже
that,
втішна. 10%
well, the
втрати
perspective
ВВП
is not very
або
good.
1/3
We
людей,
will
які
lose
втратять роботу.
10% of GDP and
І
1/3
ще
of people who will lose their jobs.
неприємний ягідка на
Another
цьому торті. Ми констатуємо
bad
зараз,
news
що йдемо шляхом,
is
коли
that
державні
we
інвестиції
see that
втрачені і марнуються. Чому? Тому що
we
немає глядача,
waste state
слухача.
investments
Якщо
because we
продовжимо
have
рухатися цим
no
шляхом, то ми
viewers
прийдемо в нікуди,
and
змарнувавши в
listeners.
тому
If
числі
we
і
continue with
кошти
that, we
платників
will
податків.
it will lead us to
Що ж
nowhere. It
потрібно
will waste
змінювати?
taxpayers' money.
Важливо
What we need to change?
сфокусуватися на розвитку,
Probably
бо
we need to
саме
focus on
розвиток
the
повинен
development
бути
because
попри все.
development
Цього
should be
року
above
ми
all.
дещо зробили.
This year we did something.
Наприклад,
example,
запустили
we
гранти
launched
для інституційної підтримки, в тому числі
Institutional
через фінансові
support
компенсації.
through
Крім
including
того, модернізували
financial
для креативних індустрій
compensations, and
програму
we
кредитів
upgraded
5-7-9.
the
І ще запустили
5-9
відсотковий
credit
так званий
program,
культурний ПДВ для
loan
креативних
program,
індустрій.
and we launched a 7% cultural
2020 рік. Уявімо
VAT
собі,
reimbursement for creative
хоча
industries.
це і не далека перспектива, все ж.
Self-expression
Я
through
думаю, що він
development.
буде щасливий.
I think
Чому?
the next year
В
will
ньому
be
креативні
happier
індустрії повинні
because
отримати
in this
сприятливі
year creative
умови,
industries
щоб почати
need to get
самовиражатися через
good
розвиток.
conditions to be able to
Перше,
express through
який це може
development.
бути
Well,
результатом? 10%
how are we going to
у
achieve
ВВП
that? 10%
частина
in
креативних
GDP
індустрій.
is creative
Друге,
industries.
Як ми досягаємо
Number two,
цих 10%?
how do we reach
Завдяки
this
створенню
10%?
екосистеми для креативних підприємців.
Just by creating
І це
ecosystem
завдання
for
номер 2
creative
для
artists,
2030
and this is a
І третє,
task number
креативні
two.
індустрії все ж стають
And
в точці
creative
державних
industries
пріоритетів.
become
Сприйняття ролі та
state's
впливу креативних
priority.
підприємців має бути нарешті визнано.
We think that we should recognize
Повернемося до
its crucial
екосистеми
role
креативного
in the
підприємництва.
country's
Власне,
GDP. Let's
базова
go
вона
back to
вже
the creative
але поки не
entrepreneurship
функціонує
ecosystem.
ефективно. Фактично,
It's
всі ці
already
люди
there, but
є,
it's not
і наше
functioning
завдання це
properly. We
змінити
have
для
all
того,
these
щоб
people,
згуртуватися навколо
and we
створення і
need to
розбудови цієї
consolidate our
екосистеми
efforts
креативного
around
підприємництва.
building
Місце
an
роль в цьому
ecosystem
процесі
of creative
є для
entrepreneurship.
кожного. Інноватора
There is
та
a place
інвестора,
for everyone
творця та
in
громади,
this.
соціального підприємця та
Social
влади, партнера з розвитку
entrepreneur
та бізнесу,
and
митців і
government,
науки, місцевого
artists,
самоврядування і стартапів.
Researchers
Задля
and
чого
startups.
це? В першу
What
чергу
we need it
для
for?
людей.
First of
Бо
all, we
вони
need
і
it
є
for people
головною
because
цінністю
they
цієї
are
екосистеми креативного
central
підприємництва.
value
І,
of
безперечно,
creative
задля збереження
entrepreneurship. And
нашої
of course, we do that to preserve
Якими
our
є
heritage.
принципи екосистеми?
What are the
Ми
principles
довгий час не чули.
of
Чекали, що
ecosystem?
хтось щось зробить за
We've
нас.
waited
Не
for
довіряли,
someone
не
to
цінували
come and do
досягнень
that for
та
us for a long time. We did
Тому в
not
якості принципів розвитку
value each
пропонуємо
other. So what we suggest is to start listening, start interacting,
мотивувати,
start motivating,
поважати одне одного.
start respecting one another.
найскладніше, для мене,
And which
дякувати.
is the most difficult
А
is
що далі?
start thanking
Основний інструмент розвитку
and being thankful.
один.
What next?
Інвестувати.
The main tool is investments.
Інвестувати.
Invest.
І ще раз
Invest
інвестувати.
and
Ми маємо
invest.
працювати над
We
державними
need to work
інвестиціями і
on
не тільки
public
над
investments.
створенням умов для
And
залучення
not just
підтримки і
investments, but
захисту
creating a good
приватних інвестицій в
system
креативну економіку.
and
Я
support
б ще міг
for
розказати про плани
entrepreneurs.
на наступний рік, але думаю,
I could
краще
go on
зустрінемось
telling you about
наступного року,
the
коли я
plans
розкажу
for the
про
next year,
результати.
but I will
Дякую.
do that when we meet the next time. Thank you very much.
Олександре, дякуємо дуже.
Thank you, Alexander.
Дякуємо за ці прекрасні
Thank
слайди,
you
цю прекрасну
for
промову.
these great slides and for this great speech.
Своє
And
телевізійне минуле ви не розгубили.
you
Ми зовсім
did
скоро
not
побачимося
lose
з
it.
вами на цій
You still got
сцені.
it.
Ну що ж, ми продовжуємо
And
наш форум. Сподіваюся,
we're
що
continuing
за
with a
цей
forum
час до
program,
нас
and I
долучилося
hope that
ще більше
more
людей, ще
people have
більше
joined
глядачів.
us,
Для тих,
more
хто
viewers,
щойно, можливо, до нас
and for
приєднався,
those
прокинувся,
who
хочемо нагадати,
just
що
joined
ви
us and
дивитеся
woke up,
форум
just to
Creative
remind
Ukraine
you that you're
2020.
watching Creative
Ну, і
Ukraine 2020.
поки ми готуємося
And while
до
we're
першої панелі, я
Preparing
хочу
the next
передати
panel,
слово
I just want to
моєму
give the
колезі
floor
у Green
to
Room,
my
Єгор
colleague in
Гордієв.
Green
На
Room,
прямому
Yegor
зв'язку.
Gordiev.
Сьогодні, нагадаю,
is online
Єгор
with
Гордієв буде
us.
ставити ті
Just to
питання,
remind you, he
серед
is going
інших,
to
і ті питання, які ви
lead
будете
the
ставити за
Q&A
допомогою
session.
чат-боту.
And you can ask your questions using a chatbot in social media. It's very easy to do. You just need to point your smartphone to that QR code, and this will lead you to a Telegram channel, and this is where you can ask your questions to Yegor. Yegor, are you online?
Катя, доброго ранку всім.
Katya, hi. I'm online. Yes, I'm going to have my little chamber, and this is where I'm going to moderate that session. Well, let's do it that way. We, journalists, we are like selecting victims, but we're not going to have victims here. We're trying to find a common ground. People in business and parliament, you know, the temperature is very high. And everybody is thinking about how to save the situation. Is it historical thing? I think that creative industries is a factor that is going to change the situation for good. And Jean-Claude thinks that there are different approaches to culture. He talked about cold culture and hot culture. So what is the difference? And the difference is cold culture needs to preserve traditions. It's aimed at traditions. And hot culture is all about development. Development of a personality. If we focus on the development of personality, it's hot culture. And arts is a prerequisite of that development. We focus on a person, on creativity, not only through the perspective of creative but economical factor. And if we focus on a person and its creative process, we give people possibilities to bring a new sense through projects, to find better connections, new ideas, and the state can help them to develop new managers, so that these creative people can be involved in the whole process in the country. Where's business in this picture? Business actually brings together state functions, civil society, and business. If creative people come up with different ideas, it's a prerequisite for competitive product. Then we need to involve the businesses, their innovations, and certain ideas to sell these products. And before we, specify these things, you said that government need to bring these components together. It's building bridges. Where is that borderline where state, start being a mentor? This is why I talked about hot culture. We need to think based on a situation, not a category. Because now we're caught in a category-based thinking. Of course, people are, afraid of that, of the state's role and intrusion. Well, yeah, it's a good time to change our way of thinking. In 2030, as Mr. Minister said, we will have development if we focus on self-expression. And the state, managers, and artists need to help each other to make it happen. Well, let's say we believe what you say, because it's hard to do because we didn't have any experience like that. You know, we expected them to be a manager, mentors. What are specific ways to do that? Can you give me an example? For example, you can choose a certain creative industry, and you can talk about what these people get from it. Well, we need some good prerequisites and development environment.
As of today, we are talking about a level of state support required for them to develop. And we are going to talk, next, we're going to talk about a specific type of creative sectors, about design, fashion, art. That's the second stage, right? If we're talking about the first stage, though, well, the first stage is looking for the legal form which is necessary for business and the creative personalities, and start developing it. And this would be a start of a dialogue. This is to begin, we need to begin with creating educational programs so that people can see where they can apply themselves, and then we're going to launch a state resources related to support, like the minister said. This is going to be maybe a grant system. This is the VAT discount and the other mechanisms that the state can launch right now in order to launch specific processes in order to develop the industries which are now in this stage. So, okay, the second stage is more specific. Let's talk about it. And we'd like to transition to the second stage, and for each sector, we would like to start with communication, with talking to the participants. We need to understand the issues and problems with creative approaches and their implementation, see where the state can help, and this has to be a continuous and fast process, because flexibility and mobility is very important right now because everything is so volatile. President Zelensky is now on quarantine. He said that he talked to the Prime Minister, and that doesn't only relate to creative industries, but he said that the government is going to introduce a bill on a completely different taxation model. Second, B is simplified crediting system. So it's very similar to what we see in the UK and in Germany and all the rest of Europe. But without any specific figures. Does that concern creative industries? Yes, that seems to concern creative industries. That first, we had a grant system, which we had in June, based on Law 592. Second is the Presidential Bill 3851, proposes tax exemption for creators who want to develop their business and develop the creative sector of the economy. By obtaining grant funds from the state, they start implementing their project, they start creating, because creating without innovation is not creation. So the state stimulates, it tries to contribute more than it takes away in taxes. So this is an important bill that we hope to be adopted. So sorry for a simplistic question. Grant is not something that the state wants to get back. It's not a loan. It's just the state's contribution to the sector, and it wants to return its investment on through taxes. The second part is the grants are not going to be taxed. So the funds which were taxed before the presidential bill, it's not going to be taxed according to the bill. So, I mean, businesses obtaining grants and then paying back taxes, so this will be the return on investment. Are there any specifics? Yes, there are two institutions which are providing grants, which is the Ukrainian Book Institute and Ukrainian Cultural Fund. Of course, the Book Fund supports, the Book Institute supports publishing, and the rest is through the Cultural Fund. There's a wide selection on the website. We cover all the sectors, and right now we're talking about support, parallel support of all the sectors of the creative industry. Now, can you explain what the Ukrainian Cultural Fund is? This is a new institution, isn't it? We know that there is something similar in France and Germany. Is this about popularizing Ukrainian culture abroad, or is it about developing domestically the culture, or is it about coordination and development? This is an institution that aims to analyze cultural processes here, to identify needs of our creators and our citizens, and to propose a grant-giving tool to support specific projects brought forward by creators and artists. So all of the grants are at the website of this organization. There are two categories of grants. First is project-based grants, so if an artist has a specific project, they can compete and obtain support through the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And second is what was adopted in June. The bill was introduced by our minister as well. This was for grants for institutional support. So during the quarantine, the state can provide support for culture and creative industries by providing funds for institutional support and further development of some participants. I lost the thought there. So we are providing, the state is providing a grant for business projects or for some kind of an idea, which must not be a business idea. There are two types of grants. We are talking about the project which is being proposed by a specific creator. They can apply for the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. There's a procedure, there are regulations of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, and they're going to undergo an expert assessment. And then there are institutional support grants. So if we talk about business projects, this could be some kind of competitiveness-based. If we understand that the player is going to be profitable, it's going to create added value, then we're talking about creative industries and further development. So for the applicants of these grants, the UCF's website, Ukrainian Cultural Fund, there is an option, there's a section for grants. Is there any split between business and ideas and business projects? The Ukrainian Cultural Fund does not support specifically business projects. It supports cultural projects. And when we're talking about creative industries, when we talk about supporting art and creative industries, first, we need to assess the interest of the creative idea. Then, if it's profitable in terms of implementation, we need to assess that as well. We will need to coordinate with institutions which are interested in distribution. And of course, the creator is a direct participant of that, because we're talking about culture, not in the classical sense. We're talking about culture as an economic factor, because right now you can see in our prospects, and by 2030, culture is capable of driving 10% of GDP if we can stimulate that. So we are going to support artists and specific institutions which can help that. We're going to drive jobs and added value and driving indicators up. We're going to talk not only about quantitative but qualitative contribution to the Ukrainian economy. What money are we talking about, and who sits on the committee? I think you need to ask that to the UCF to understand more details of their internal workings, but according to the law on the UCF, They build a certain expert community which select specific projects, and they try to analyze those in terms of modern criteria and demand. So those are not officials of the ministry, but those are key experts of selected by an open competition, right? Yes, that's the kind of conditions we try to create. Okay, if there's an idea, and we just want to understand the logistics of this grant. I'm in the creative industry. I have a business. Let's figure out what this can be.
Давайте моду візьмемо.
Okay, fashion.
Давайте.
Let's take fashion.
Зараз, до речі, такі ціни на
Yeah, right now, the prices for Ukrainian T-shirts are staggering. It's easier to buy something from Italy.
Це не обов'язково мода і дизайн, але я вважаю,
Well,
що це один із видів
I
креативної
think that
індустрії,
fashion
який
is a
зараз
type
у
of
нас
creative industries
успішно
which is
розвивається.
very successfully developed in Ukraine, and we need to accent our attention.
Я дизайнер.
Okay, let's say I'm a designer.
У мене є маленький бізнес. У мене
I
є
have
цех, у
a
мене
small
є
business, I
колеги,
have
я
some
намагаюся заробляти
manufacturing
гроші,
capacity, and I'm
і
trying
в мене
to
завжди
make
виходить,
money.
тому що я не
I'm
андретан,
not,
поки єдиний, хто заробляє гроші,
I can't always make it happen because I'm not Andretan, because he seems to be successful, the only one to be successful.
Наприклад, вона добра,
But I have a
але
good
ця ідея,
idea.
вона буде вмонтована в механізм
I have a
мого
great
бізнесу.
idea, but
І я
it's
це
going to
маю
be
показувати
ingrained into the
людям, чи
mechanism
маю.
of my
Я маю
business.
подаватися як митець, чи
Am I
маю
going
показати,
to
що це
be
є
applying as a creator, or do I need to apply for that as a business idea?
Те, що я говорила перед цим.
Like I said
Фактично,
before,
задача Українського культурного
the
фонду
Ukrainian
– це
Cultural
шукати цікаві
Fund
ідеї. Тобто розвивати творчість,
aims
тому що
to
творчість є
look
передумовою
for
розвитку
novel
креативної
ideas,
індустрії.
because novel ideas
Спочатку
are
творчість це особистість, тому що є основна складова – це індивідуальний прояв.
the foundation of the creative
особистості,
industry.
тому що
Of
шукати
course,
цікаві рішення.
the creative
Далі іде
personality
конкретне
will
вкладення
look
коштів
for
в бізнес.
new
Тобто для цього
innovative
можуть бути
solutions.
інші інституції. Це в тому і полягає співпраця між конкретною
The
особистістю,
cooperation between the creative personality, the civil society, and the Ukrainian Cultural Fund kicks into play. When we talk, when we see that this idea has been proposed and it's interesting, thanks to innovations, of course, this can change form. But if this idea is in demand, this means it's added value, it's creative industry, if you're creating jobs. That's great, but it all starts with an idea. But in order to see that and distinguish that is the function of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. And the second stage is when we talk about the business component of the idea and create a competitive product, and all of these criteria and all of these stages are what we aim to support. But let's say I am a designer who tries to make some money.
У мене є ідея.
I have an idea, and I go to the UCF with this idea, and they tell me, okay, this is good. But to make it a good business idea, we will involve industry experts and business experts, and we will think about how much money to give you. In order for the second factor to work, communication is key, and cultural managers need to be taught about that. Now, there's a situation when we have an idea, but we don't have the specific stakeholders which are ready to implement that, and the state needs to build some kind of a bridge so that this becomes a component for the development of creative industries. Of course, now, thank you very much. And we continue on to Katya Sacha. Igor, thank you.
Дякую за цю вичерпну бесіду.
Thank you for this exhaustive conversation.
І завтра ми сподіваємося на не менш гострі питання від
tomorrow
тебе у Грінрумі, тому
hope
що дійсно
for
наша бесіда
more
була цікавою. І ми дуже
hard
сподіваємося, що
curveball
дійсно
questions
ти,
from
як
you
майбутній
to our
дизайнер,
speakers
можливо, отримаєш
in the green room.
цей грант
And I
віртуальний,
hope
про
that
який
you
ви
can obtain
щойно
this
говорили.
grant.
Ну, а ми
as a virtual
готові
designer.
до першого модулю.
And,
І перший
we
модуль
are
має назву
meanwhile
«Креативний
ready
депозит
for the
України».
first module, which
Учасники
is
дискусії
called the
обговорюють
Creative
такі
Deposit
питання:
of
креативні
Ukraine.
індустрії
We
як
are
засіб
going to
виходу
talk
з кризи,
about the
підтримка
creative industries as
креативності
a way out of the
дорівнює
crisis,
підтримка
then
економіки, а
about
також
support,
державні
the
інвестиції в
support
культуру
of
і
creative
креативну
industries
економіку
are
під
the
час
support of economy,
кризи.
and the state support for creative industries in the type of crisis.
Віце-прем'єр-міністр з питань європейської та
Now,
євроатлантичної
the
інтеграції
participants
України
are
Ольга Стефанішина.
Olga Stefanishina, the Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine.
Великої Британії та
We're
Північної
also
Ірландії,
going to
державний
have
міністр
John
медіа та даних
Whittingdale,
у департаменті
member of
цифрових
the
технологій, культури, медіа та
UK
спорту Сполученого Королівства,
State
Джон
Minister
Віттінгер, міністр
for
фінансів
Media and
України
Data,
Сергій
DCMS,
Марченко, європейський комісар з
Сергій
питань
Марченко,
інновацій,
Minister of
досліджень,
Finance
культури,
of
освіти
Ukraine,
та молоді Марія Габріел, яка
Maria
приєднається до нас
Gabriel,
трохи
which is
пізніше,
going
а
to
також
join us
трохи
later,
пізніше
and a little
тут на
later
сцені
we
ми
are going
також
to have
матимемо
the Vice
віце-прем'єр-міністра,
Prime
міністра
Minister,
цифрової трансформації
Prime
України
Minister of Digital
Михайло
Transformation,
Федоров.
Михайло
Модератор
Федоров.
дискусії, міністр культури та інформаційної політики України Олександр
Alexander Tkachenko, the Minister of Culture and Informational Policy of Ukraine, is going to moderate us.
Незважаючи на важкий графік, дякую.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you for making it here. Thank you for allowing us to have this forum outside the government. So you're the Vice Prime Minister for European integration, and obviously you are the one to answer the questions on whether we can compare the European attitude towards creative industries and cultural sphere, whether we can compare this to Ukraine. First of all, I'd like to say that the attitude is changing. The creative industries in general, and especially at the educational cultural space, are the bulwarks of European integration, because starting from 2014 and especially now, these were the areas which the European Union has emphasized first and foremost. And these are human horizontal contacts, and they're not about policy or economics. It's about creating horizontal networks, and especially after the visa waiver by the European Union to Ukraine, the cultural industries were on the front line of all the transformation. And this, both the European Union and Ukraine understand that, and Maria will talk about this. We're going to talk about the possibility to participate in the Creative Europe program, and we hope that this successful experience can be scaled within the ministry.
Чи є Марія Габріель
Is Maria Gabriel here?
на зв'язку?
Is Maria Gabriel online with us now?
Хтось мені підскаже.
Can someone give me a sign or a hint? Okay, then we will continue with Mrs. Olga.
В Європі, якщо ми говоримо
And still in Europe, when we're talking about European traditions, they try to spend at least 1% of GDP for culture, and we spend less than that. Why does Europe choose to spend so much money on culture? Is that economically feasible? Well, the European Union is first and foremost an economic unity which was built on common values, and the development of creative industries is also business. It's also a sort of a market, and the European Union exists in the conditions of competition, and since this is a community of developed nations, they can develop all industries, including creative industries. And of course, we have a lot to work on to catch up, because in Ukraine, you don't have this post-Soviet understanding that the state needs to deal with culture and education. But actually, those are huge businesses. Those are huge markets and industries. And this is where the European approach shines, because there's a lot of investment by the European state institutions to stimulate the industry, but the stimulus comes back in revenues and jobs and happier nations.
Я бачу, у нас на зв'язку Джон Віттінгейл.
I see that John Whittingdale is joining us. John, can you hear us?
Yes. If it's so, I'll introduce you shortly. Mr. Whittingdale, a long-term friend of Ukraine and Minister of Media and Data in UK. We are talking now about cooperation between Ukraine and European Union, but the question for you is about the most important scene of this year, quarantine. How much creative industries and media was affected by quarantine during this year, and what are the plans of the government how to not only help, but how to overcome all this process of quarantine?
Hello?
Yeah.
I think I understood what you said. You were asking the effect of the virus?
Yes, of the virus, yes. How much affected media and creative industries in Britain virus, and what are the ways what are the exit from this quarantine, and how?
Well, I mean, I am a minister now responsible for media and for my department, the creative industries, both of which have been very, very badly affected. A lot of our media depends upon commercial revenue in the form of advertising. And one of the consequences of the measures taken to tackle the virus has meant that a lot of businesses have had to close or are unable to spend money on advertising, and that has undermined the finances of our media. And so as a result, we've been looking for ways of supporting media, and we've done so in part by the government spending money on advertising themselves in order to achieve the other objective, which was to communicate with the British people about the measures that we needed to take and to get across public information about what needed to be done. And that has supported the media. But our creative industries have been very badly affected because a lot of them depend upon large numbers of people attending, be it in music concerts or theatres or galleries or museums. And because we are unable to allow people to mix in close, large numbers together, they've all essentially had to close. And so we have announced funding to support them through the time of the pandemic. The cultural package which the government has given to arts organisations, museums, concert venues, performers, amounts to about, it's 1.6 billion pounds, which I think is roughly about 60 billion hryvnia. And that is to allow the organisations to get through the next few months until we get to a time when we can readmit people. But the priority for us is to reopen these institutions and allow people to come again. And the best hope of achieving that is actually the development of a vaccine. And we are really encouraged. Even this morning, I have just heard news that the vaccine being developed at Oxford University is looking very, very promising. So if we can get a vaccine, then that will mean that we can allow people to gather together and go to concerts again, to go to museums, to go to galleries, and that will give the support to these institutions that they desperately need.
Mr. Minister, do you have a forecast when media and creative industries can come back to the roots before the quarantine, as it was before the quarantine, when they can return to normality and to incomes?
Alexander, that is the first question they ask us, because they are desperate to be able to plan ahead, even if it's not for some time. They want to know when they should be able to reopen. It's very difficult to say. We thought that we had made real progress at the end of June, July, with the numbers going down. But then, of course, like many, many countries, we have experienced a second wave, which has meant we've had to go back into taking measures to restrict people's movements. And of course, all those institutions are still closed. As I said earlier, the best hope we have is the vaccine. I suspect that it will take until the new year in order for us to be able to produce it in the large quantities needed and to distribute it. But we are very, very encouraged by the signs that we've already had, that the vaccine will work, and we've ordered a very large number. And so I hope that we will be able to begin to return to normality in the early part of next year. And that's the message which we're giving to the sectors. But just to give another example, sport has had to close down, and that's another area my department is responsible for. So this morning we've announced another package to help cricket and rugby and tennis and the sports which again people are unable to play or watch because of the pandemic. What we have tried to do is, whilst the institutions have been closed, we have encouraged people to still continue to enjoy arts and music through online platforms and through the media. So, both in terms of broadcast sports matches, even though there is nobody actually physically present, we're still holding those matches and broadcasting them. And a lot of our museums and galleries are making available their collections digitally, and obviously concerts are being performed and then broadcast online.
Thank you very much, John, for joining us in our forum, and hope to meet with you in Kyiv sooner than later.
I can't wait to get back to Kiev, and I hope to welcome you to London again soon.
Thank you. See you. Повертаючись до нашої розмови, пані Ольга,
Getting back to our conversation, Olga,
ми повинні в уряді, в країні зробити для
what
того,
we need
щоб
to do
продовжувати і більш
in
інтенсивно
the government
розвивати наші зв'язки з
to
Європейським Союзом,
develop our relations with the EU in the domain of creative industries. Thank you, Alexander. And actually, we already covered that a bit. And while we
Таке цікаве порівняння мені
listen to John, and I have this statistics that in EU, the creative industries generate more than 225 billion euros. I think it's a bigger value than financing provided by European institutions. Of course, since it's a new ideology formed in Ukraine, these creative industries need more support from the state. I'm talking about public awareness. I'm talking about letting the world know about us. It's very hard to do without the state support. So the state needs to finance and support these industries. This is what we talk about in our meetings in the government. And we also need to set a goal. Creative industries need to be independent. And my dream is in 10, 15 years from now, the government share of support will go down so that creative industries don't need that kind of support anymore. And I think it will lead to success of these industries. And after people learn about us, we need to learn to integrate into cultural space, European cultural space. And it's a big market. It's a generator of investments, advertising. And it's very hard to do because we see a lot of requests to the government from Ukrainian businesses. And I know you pay a lot of attention to interaction and working with creative industries, but in EU they don't have that. The market is very saturated there. So we're interested in, after creating this warm bath for our creative industries, we need to make them more competitive. Well, we need to understand that creative economy is 97 billion hryvnias generated, 3.7% of GDP. And it's just a very small part that will only keep the creative industries afloat. It's all about public to private partnership. You know, the annual growth of export was 20%. If we talk about creative industries, we talk about economy. And it's alive. We don't really see that, but it's pretty big. And one more question on EU cooperation. For our viewers and listeners, can you please explain what interaction cooperation programs we have today to help develop creative industries and culture? I'll start with saying that we still have a visa-free regime with the EU. So interpersonal communications, they are still a very important stimulus for cultural interaction, and for many years Ukraine is participating in Creative Europe program. It's a program that allows to Ukrainian producers, Ukrainian creative industry representatives, help them cooperate with their European colleagues. And it's a program to help attract investments from EU. And this is one of the areas of our cooperation. Besides, we have many programs that are focused on supporting businesses, like COSME program, which helped Ukrainian businesses find partners in EU countries. And it's a good platform. It's like a closed club that we benefit from. And we will have Maria Gabriel, who will talk about that. And we're going to talk more about that because people want to hear more about Ukraine, and this is a possibility that we cannot waste to help develop creative industries here. And while you were talking, we have another person behind your back, Mikhailo Fedorev, Vice Premier, Ukrainian Vice Premier. I just wanted to ask you a question. When we talk about industries, we have horizontal level like cinema and vertical that goes through every domain. And you are moving both ways, vertically and horizontally. And my question is very specific. Everybody knows that Ukraine is one of the major outsourcing countries for the world. And what about creativity? Well, welcome everyone. First of all, as for your question, Ukraine is number 3 country in outsourcing. So we develop products for other domains. And what we see recently, we have media, which is very big nowadays. You know, remember the last presidential elections. They had so many creative ideas to help people win these elections. We see that people respond to that. We see that we are making very big progress in design. Our web design is one of the best in the world, I think. Actually, I came from creative industry, like IT, bordering, commercials. And when I used to work in business, we had a lot of clients from US, UK, Australia, and people wanted our products, websites, apps, ideas, and I think we have a huge potential. And I see how offline educational industry is developing. Many private educational companies emerge. in ed tech industry, how online education develops. And we're actually keeping up with the world. And we realized just before the pandemic started, we realized what obstacles we have. Why, for example, why outsourcing is developing, but other domains, they don't develop as fast. And we developed this idea city concept. We realized that the whole IT industry develops due to low taxes, due to liberalization of the labor code. And we have all the best conditions to develop. And part of this product companies who develop their creativity, they are developed based on general conditions. So we want to provide equal conditions to product companies and creative companies and pay taxes, paying 5% tax from their profits. And I think that during pandemic we have a unique possibility to change our taxation system, and we can do that in starting with IT and creative industries, because these industries, they are more flexible. People try to adapt to the new conditions. They try to cooperate with the world. And if we launch that, that will be cool. And I hope that we will launch that program early next year. And that will be a good pilot project to scale it to the national level. And we see there is a lot of creativity going on in the restaurant business. How our restaurant business, how our cuisine is adapting to that. I'm not talking about establishment, I'm talking about the cuisine, I'm talking about dishes, because Ukraine has the best cuisine in the world, actually cheapest as well, and cheapest in Europe, at least. And yeah, we are actively developing, and creativity is the new product of Ukraine that we need to export. And we talked about the need of investments, the state investments, or investments that we can receive not only from the state but from other countries. And so what we need to do to help Ukrainian economy cooperate with the world. I think there are two key things here. Well, first is liberalization, simplification of procedures, because it's pretty complicated right now, especially when it comes to land allocation. We have a lot of constraints, so we need to simplify that procedure. And yeah, we need the best taxation system. I like to say that, and I think it sounds a bit offending for us, people in the government, but I think it's true. We've been hearing that we are a young country, but it doesn't actually matter how old we are. It all develops, and we need to be flexible, and we need everything it takes to have a best taxation system in the world. Very simple, very effective. So we focus our activity on this. And pandemic just sped up of that process. In the cabinet of ministry, we approved a couple of decrees. We try to get rid of redundant steps in these procedures. And a couple of months ago, we approved a decree on e-residency pilot project. It's when foreign residents can start a business in Ukraine in just a few days. And people who don't even who are not even residents in Ukraine and and we have that, and I think what we lack right now is a common vision that will inspire all Ukrainians and government officials and opposition leaders and opposition parties, everyone, and we will, tell the world about it.
And today's event is targeted at creating this vision. Well, it's very creative. Everybody can. There's almost nobody here, but everyone can see it. I have a question to both of you. Both of you don't need any convincing and the importance of the creative economy. You are the champions of the development of creative economy in Ukraine. But when you talk about the creative economy's share in the national GDP at 10% at 2030, and how can you promote the understanding that the creative economy is not just a nice-to-have thing that needs to be supported, but that's can be an actual vantage point for international development? I'm very sorry that we are limited in time because this discussion is very productive. Let me try to build my response based on the analogy of our Green Deal discussion with the European Union. First of all, the green economy is a new reality that's coming to the world and Europe. And the negotiation has been difficult with Europe in the beginning, and we can understand why. Because the European Union thought that we are going to be trying to become a recipient of their assistance. But we started our dialogue with saying that we have huge businesses, we have huge industries, and we can become a partner in this economy. And this was a mind-blowing development because one of these realizations, this is one of the realizations that helped us fundamentally change the negotiation process. The European companies right now want to come to Ukraine. They want to meet Ukrainian businesses. And what you, Alexander, are saying, that this is a big industry, this is what we need to keep reiterating over and over again, because now we have this image of a country that keeps coming and asking for something. But this is changing. We have a very powerful digitalization policy, which Mikhailo is saying. Now we have a huge progress in implementing the association agreement. We are the only non-EU country which is negotiating on the access to the EU internal market. We're the only country which is involved in negotiating on the green economy. We are the only country which is participating in the Economic Agency of the European Union's programs. I think we are up for the change of narrative. We need to promote Ukraine as a big powerhouse nation with a lot of opportunities that we can propose. And like Mikhailo is saying about the taxation benefits, you could say that this is not consistent with the directives of the European Union or with the spirit of the European policy. But I would like to remind you that Barack Obama, who once dreamed to come to the UN General Assembly, and he dreamt to get there because he thought that was the assembly of the smartest and most forward-looking people in the world. But when he got there, he realized that they were people just like him. But when people make decisions about making investments to Ukraine, we want them to think, oh, this is a great country, let's invest there. Let's do business there. But from our side, this is a lot of work, so that big companies just decide positively in favor of Ukraine. I think that at least 3 people who are sitting here at this panel discussion are really ready to drive this process forward. Mikhailo? I believe that we need to achieve fast and understandable victories. They have to be fast and they have to be large scale so that any industry develops. Why do myself and my team work on GeoCity every day? Because once we're able to launch this project, Samsung went public about this, but I could actually name a number of world brands who can register at GeoCity. A couple of weeks ago, the president and I have talked to Microsoft's president, and Microsoft said that you were one of the first nations to implement the electronic passports. You are implementing digital services, and they know about it. And these are the things that are able to attract global brands, and it can help drive up the hype in the information space. And I believe that this is something what we need to do. We need to take these iterative process of launching small MVPs, small products, so that we can get people to feel the changes. And people both in and outside of Ukraine are going to fall in love with these things. For example, in Kiev, in Arsenal, we have launched a creative space where we have where there are hubs and educational spaces, and GeoCity, GeoCompany, and GeoCity are located in creative states over there. And I see how the entire territory is starting to develop. It's rapid. It's rapid development. It's rapid iteration. A lot of creativity. That's awesome product. And a lot of convenience there, and a lot of infrastructures growing to accommodate that. We need to become this new quarter with educational spaces, but we have to accommodate this. We have to use the entire country to accommodate this, and we have plans to move very quickly in this regard. We have a video feed. Can we start our virtual dialogue now? Apparently, well, yes, we can.
Hi, Maria. Do you hear us? Oh, great. Here are 2 vice prime ministers who are greeting you, Mr. Fedorov and Ms. Stefanishina. And I would like to introduce Maria Gabriel. She is the European Commissar for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. So much happy to see you as a long-term friend of Ukraine. And the first question, we're speaking not only about perspectives, but also about current situation. Do you have plan A and plan B, how to overcome influence of coronavirus in European Union for culture and creative industries?
Thank you very much. First of all, dear Vice Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and pleasure for me to participate in this 4th Annual International Forum Creative Ukraine. Today, this forum, the biggest in Ukraine in the field of creative industries, will address the key issues, and thank you very much for this first question, how and what we can do more in order to help the sector severely hit by the COVID-19. It's true that this crisis is affecting all our creators everywhere in the world. We therefore have to cooperate and share ideas to find solutions for our creators. And that's why it's a pleasure for me first to share with you what kind of measures we are taking on our side. And after, of course, to see how we can strengthen our cooperation, because definitely Ukraine has strengths and we need to continue in this direction. Well, first, on our side, we have taken different actions since the beginning of the crisis to support the sector. First, of course, financial support. Beyond horizontal measures put forward to allow for state aids, for flexibility in the use of structural funds, and to protect jobs and workers affected by the coronavirus pandemic. We propose now the next generation EU recovery instrument. At the same time, we have mobilized other programs relevant for cultural and creative industries. We have only under my responsibility, not only Creative Europe program, but we have Horizon Europe, we have Erasmus+, we have InvestEU and Digital Europe. So today the challenge is really to build synergies and to see how we can use this momentum in order to translate this beautiful word synergy into tangible actions. And in the future, I must tell you that next month we'll very much stay engaged in this work to see more synergies between all our instruments. I think that other than our traditional instrument, Creative Europe, we should also think to use other tools to support our creators. And in this sense, allow me to bring to your attention the importance of Erasmus+ program. Because for the first time, we have launched an extraordinary 100 million euros call for partnerships for creativity to connect education, training, youth, and the cultural and creative sectors. Along the same line, Horizon Europe, our upcoming research innovation framework program, will have for the first time a dedicated cluster on culture, creativity, and inclusive society. And within Horizon Europe, we proposed a new knowledge and innovation community on cultural and creative industries under the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So I think that here we have great opportunities, but that will be up to all of us together with our creators to see how we can really build these creative ecosystems, because after all, we are talking about this. And as we are finalizing the negotiations for our programs, I can tell you that their financial support will be stronger, which means more opportunities for cooperation with our partners. Second tool, tools for cooperation. We recently launched several online cooperation platforms. One of them is the Cultural Relations Platform that will promote sustainable cultural exchanges, people-to-people activities, and co-creation processes between Europeans and citizens from all over the world. The Cultural Relations Platform is currently carrying out a study on the effects of the pandemic on international cultural relations, as well as the cultural and creative sectors in Europe and in the neighboring countries, including Ukraine. I hope that the results will be also useful for all of us. And this platform will also implement a global cultural leadership program focusing on young cultural leaders from around the world when international mobility will be restored. And I strongly encourage the participation of young Ukrainians in this program. In light of this pandemic, increased cooperation is more important than ever. Joining forces and sharing solutions will definitely help us to fight the impact of this crisis. And I must say that our existing cooperation in the field of culture is already excellent. In line with the European Union-Ukraine Association Agreement, we cooperate on different cultural programs and exchanges. First, through the Creative Europe program, which supports and promotes cultural heritage, creativity, innovation and competitiveness of the cultural and creative sectors. And over the years, Creative Europe has supported many projects in Ukraine. Recently, Khaskashian, the winner of the 2019 European Literature Prize, to be translated, published and promoted. This year, the Odessa International Festival, through the festival strand on Creative Europe, helping the festival team to transition into an online event with impressive 270,000 views in 17 days. Moreover, Ukrainian cultural institutions also participate in the European Networks and Platforms Collaboration Project. One example is the vibrant Jam Factory Art Center in Lviv, a center of contemporary art in the premises of an old jam factory. This revitalized space now offers educational activities, exhibitions, and research reflecting current processes in Ukrainian and international art and culture, and opportunities for a public dialogue. Second, we have the European cross-border cooperation programs that has supported the cultural heritage of Ukraine's border regions for years. Under Poland, Belarus, Ukraine CBC programs, 22 new projects with Ukrainian participation have been selected and will be contracted by the end of this year. Third, the new mobility scheme e-Portunus. Ukraine has done exceptionally well, with a higher success rate than many of our member states. The Ukrainian organizations, Izolatia, is part of the consortium leading the scheme, and last year, with their promotional activities, 19 artists from Ukraine were able to go abroad, while 14 artists came to Ukraine in search of international collaboration. And finally, Ukraine is also part of important cultural and creative industries flagship programs, such as FLIP or the European Creative Hubs Network, to name a few. As regards FLIP, Finance, Learning, Innovation, and Patenting for Cultural and Creative Industries, as you probably know, in May, we promoted the launch of Creatives Unite, a platform for and by the sector that offers a space to co-create and upload content and contributions. And since its launch, this platform has reached over 26,000 users and over 600 published posts. I encourage you to use it and contribute as well. So as you can see, support to Ukraine's culture and creative industries are important elements of our bilateral cooperation. The House of Europe program for professional and creative exchanges between Ukrainians and their peers in the EU, the numerous grants to Ukrainian cultural operators and civil society organizations stimulate the sector's progress and contribute to our common human capital development. We have to continue on this line and harness the benefits of international cooperation. Next year, the United Nations Year of the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development is an opportunity to be seized, and you can count on my support to continue to work together in order to fully unlock the potential of culture and creativity for a successful recovery and for a sustainable social and economic development of our societies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. And allow me one more question. Before you join us, we're talking what we need to do in the government, in the country, how to improve, first of all, not only state support of culture and creative industries, but to promote the possibilities to attract more foreign investment, to develop private-public partnership, and to develop a relationship economic in this area with Europe. Right now, creative industry generate 4% of Ukrainian GDP, and we believe it can do more. What, from your point of view, we can do to promote this cooperation between creative industries of Ukraine with the EU?
Well, you know, I think that it's not up to me because it's not my competence, and I stay confident that the government is fully able to propose this, especially because, yes, culture and creative sectors is 4% of your GDP, is 4% of the European GDP, more than 8 million jobs. We are all aware that we have an extraordinary potential by developing cultural and creative sectors, because that's something that we have as unique and rich diversity. So what I would like on my side really to see, it's really building synergies, because I think that that will be definitely not only with Creative Europe program or with some structural funds or with some state aid rules. What we need is really first to stay united, to stay very much mobilized, because the sector is extraordinarily diverse. The sector is fragmented, let's be very clear. That's our strength and that's our weakness. So what will be important on one side is really to stay united, after to consider the investment in cultural and creative sector as a strategic investment, not only for the recovery, but for our future, and to build synergies with the regional development policies, synergies with education. We need young people with the right competencies and skills, synergies with private sector in order to innovate. I think that the potential of the startups in this sector is extraordinary. So we need really to work on this. And of course, to pay attention on data and the new digital technologies to see how cultural and creative sectors can help us to tackle climate change. We don't talk so much on this, but we have already extraordinary initiatives. So if I may resume, I think that now it's time really for a holistic approach, for a strategic investment with very targeted measures and measurable results. That means that we should preserve the potential and the ideas of our startups, SMEs, and the entire sector with the right support in the right moment. They don't need that we are doing the job in their place, but they need our support at the very critical moment where they want to grow, to create products, services, and just to show the extraordinary richness and potential of the sector for the development of the country, of Europe, and for the international level, of course.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for joining us in this day. It was a great talk, and hope to see you sooner than later in Kyiv one day.
Thank you. That was a real pleasure for me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Михайло, ви можете сісти поруч.
Mikhailo, you can sit
У нас
next to us,
зв'язку має бути ще один
and we have still another
розмовник для цієї
participant for this discussion,
і дуже дорогий для всіх міністрів.
and a very precious person for all the ministers, Minister of Finance, Sergei Marchenko.
Казала європейський комісар.
So did you hear what European Commissioner said here?
Зараз секунду.
Well, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Can you hear me now? Yeah. I'm thankful for the invitation. It was really interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't listen the whole speech, but I understand what role is taken by a representative of creative industries in EU countries. And I know that your role is very important too, and we are ready to support arts and culture, and it's not just my words. If we compare this year with 2016, in 2016, 16 billion hryvnias were allocated for arts and culture, and this year 20. And right now we have good support from the President and the Minister of Culture, and we will have around 27 billion of state support. Ukraine has found a lot of good advocates, and we have a very powerful lobbyist, our Minister of Culture. And I know that I can, list a couple of laws supporting creative industries approved by the Parliament and the Cabinet of Ministers. So I really respect that. I really appreciate that. Not just as a Minister of Finance. I think this is what we should do, and I am thankful to Mr. Fedorov. And having good colleagues, I'm sure that we can make our state stronger. I would like to add that it's very important to finance cultural development, and we need to that domain, to take care of that domain that is least protected. I'm talking about creative industries. And of course, cinemas and entertainment industry, those have suffered the most. And tourism, of course, yeah, lockdown affected them pretty much. I think these industries need to be supported by the government, and we need to give them the helping hand. Next year, we're planning fundamental programs to develop cultural infrastructure, and I'm talking about financing repairs and rehauls and for museums and other cultural institutions. It will help develop tourism industry. We are looking for ways to attract more investments, to get a synergy effect from the paid taxes. And right now, state is investing into different cultural establishments and cultural sites, and we hope that they will yield more taxes, more money to the state budget, and this is a priority for us. Besides, I think that our artists and other creative people deserve to preserve their potential, and I think we have a good public support for them compared with the previous years. We allocated 700 million hryvnias to develop more than 300 projects, including innovational project. We started 75 art projects. All these projects and events, and Mr. Tkachenko knows about that, and we are ready to cooperate to develop creative industries. This is basically what I wanted to say. Well, we can't just let you go like that. Thank you for your kind words, but just like Lannisters in the Game of Thrones said, yeah, the Ministry of Finance is going to pay all the bills. And we talked about creative economies. Without IT is around 4% of GDP. When we talk about this public investments, we can't help but mention private sector. Can you see any possibilities for public and private partnerships? Because we need a lot of changes, including in legislational changes. Absolutely. This is a sector that is very attractive for business, just because the state cannot keep the tourism afloat just by its own efforts. This is why we have a series of projects where we have co-financing with the private sector, thus providing a required synergy. It can be a synergy with attracting international funds, European partners, so it can have a good international perspective and a good way to create a platform. Thank you, Sergey, for joining us. Trust us. our hearts have melted. Thank you. And Mikhailo, getting back to our conversation, you came from creative economy sector, and you know better than me about the perspective, about the priorities. And we need people to listen to us. We need people to start bringing their efforts together. And when we start talking about a creative economy, it's not just about state support. How, apart from quick wins, what we can do to make other people understand that, including our colleagues in the parliament, because it's not an easy task to do. Yeah, absolutely. Well, while Minister of Finance was speaking, I had a couple of ideas. The first idea is we have a startup fund that was created under the Ministry of Finance, and we are part of this fund, and it provides a grant support for different technological projects. And we have a suggestion to add a creative industry section to this fund and create a good, effective communication. They have $50,000 as grants. These are non-return grants, up to $50,000. We have a lot of projects that we can adapt to the startups in creative industry, because we cannot separate offline business from technological business, because technologies are everywhere nowadays. So this grant support mechanism is already there, and you can use it very quickly. You can make a short list of these projects, and we see different delivery services popping up everywhere in Ukraine. We have guides. Yeah, by the way, we have a problem that I face every day. I actively study Ukrainian language because I didn't interact with Ukrainian language a lot. Unfortunately, we don't have a smartphone app that would have consolidate Ukrainian language books. Well, actually, we do develop such an app. Well, actually, it's a new market. If we have products, more books, we will have a whole new application market. We will have a whole marketplace. Unfortunately, no one wants to translate these books into Ukrainian because there's a finance problem. I use a couple of apps, like book apps, and they have very few Ukrainian books, so it's a whole new market share. It's like MeGoGo application for digital TV. So the first tool is grant support, and we can support creative companies that work with technologies. And the next tool is, for example, we made it possible to register private entrepreneur or private entity in a couple of minutes. If you want to open a restaurant, if you need to open a business that needs more papers, this procedure becomes more complicated. So during this pandemic, we need to bring our efforts together and create a better procedure. to help businesses register their businesses. Well, this is what I call creative person. He's coming up with these ideas. Well, yeah, we all understand that we need to do that, but often we don't have capabilities in the government. We understand that. So we already have certain experience, and we have this project called Є підприємець, which is translated to there is an interpreter. So kind of a platform that helps businesses to register their entities, and we can simplify these procedures for creative industry. Well, our team will visit you, and the fourth topic that we started to discuss with you is a concept of bringing media literacy to the government level. And we cannot do that without your ministry. It's a big, huge collaboration, starting from kindergartens to governmental institutions, tools to tell fakes apart, fake information and true information apart. Well, just to tell our viewers, we do have a project called Digital Education or Digital Literacy. We already covered 350,000 people. It's a free course. And of course, we need to scale it to the national level. And speaking of which, we launched a new subject in Ukrainian schools, in 75 schools. And we provided a service to help them. And we need to add some more modules to that subject, like helping creative industries to start their business. So we will bring that to the process. So 76 higher education institutions, and we started collecting requests, and we will have more schools starting this subject. Entrepreneurship, which is called entrepreneurship. And everyone need to understand that the government is actually a service, and we can become the simplest and the most comfortable government in the world. When I travel around the world, I like to use flight ticket search apps. And I have certain criteria, like the price, less fare. And if you look at the modern world, every person is actually this app user who is looking for a ticket, and the state is an app. So we need to become the most comfortable government in the world. And I'm looking for ways of better procedures for paying taxes and other procedures. And we need to do what it takes to make our government the most effective. We cannot just boost the demand for creative industries. We can't, flood museums with visitors now, but we can simplify the taxation procedures. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. let's not forget what we talked about, because these procedures and the government, they just, the current procedures, they just kill any initiative. We need a good package of initiatives. And it's good that a lot of government officials are watching us right now. We need to kill bureaucratic procedures, because pandemic is what's happening right now, and we need to adapt to that change. And we approve these packages, like we eliminated redundant papers required for businesses. And if you look at all the services, yeah, you feel like you're limited with these bureaucratic procedures. And you feel that they are redundant. Yeah, this is why we have a plan of actions, and we are thinking about how we can be more effective.
That's the startup fund, the creative package, the simplification of procedures for business related to services related to the creative industry, and the creation of the market of English translations of Ukrainian authors, and vice versa. I have a book of an analysis of 100 letters by Jeff Bezos. I bought this in Ukrainian so that I can read this, but I can't find the audio, and I can't find the electronic copy of this. I mean, 21st century, and I can't find a Ukrainian version in the electronic form. The same for children's books. Let's do it together. I think new startups can be created to take this literature, translate it, and this could be a development of a major market. I think this can definitely capitalize the companies which are related to this. Demand is growing, and there's a vacuum in the market. Thank you, Mikhailo. This was the most creative vice prime minister in the Ukrainian government. He already generated 3 creative ideas, but first, let's demolish unnecessary procedures. By the way, our book is a great app. Yes, I use that, but it lacks some modern books. That requires investment, and maybe the government can be involved in these investments, because the books are great. Yeah, we read that. When we were launching this mechanism of grants for products that help fight COVID-19, and one of the winning projects was the Sluchai project, or Listen project, which was audiobooks narrated by Ukrainian celebrities. But if we talk about economic business literature, this is something that's notably lacking. And of course, the question about Ukrainian language, it has to be modern, it has to be necessary, and I hope that the Ukrainian government's support for the Ukrainian language will not be abolished. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, we continue, and we are back to the green room where Yegor Gordeev is hard at work, and we have our next guest there in the green room. So Yegor, who is your new guest? Because with your previous discussion, you threw some curveball questions at your interlocutor. And who is you're demonizing me, Kaita, and we're trying to find a common language, so we can't avoid hard talk questions here. And we need to build this puzzle together. I have Natalia Mikolska, visionary, Who is this visionary that's standing next to me? I am the visionary and the expert in strategic transformation, but I'm here as a person who believes in Ukrainian creative industries, and I believe that Ukrainian creative industries can do a lot to promote Ukraine and to drive creative industries. And what's very important, I'm not only promote Ukrainian creative industries, I also wear them and I buy them, and I'd like to thank and say hi to Katerina, who tried to test me whether I'm actually wearing everything. But I am. But, well, I can check you and Katya can check you. Now you're wearing everything by Ukrainian designers. So I complimented you like you're looking as if you're in some Berlin Cultural Forum. Well, in fact, Ukrainian brands which are in the market right now, they are no worse than global brands, and this is confirmed not only by us. Now the minister has mentioned Ruslan Bohinsky and his caps, and which are worn by global celebrities such as Madonna and Kim Kardashian, as well as Ksenia Schneider with her jeans, and Maria Senichina, which is worn by Dua Lipa, Vitkovska, Bevza. We have like a lot of brands, and right now it looks to me as if Ukrainian brands are more expensive than buying foreign brands because there's no mass production apparently. Partially, yes, but you can't compare Ukrainian designers and the things that their brands propose with a mass market of foreign brands, because if you look at couture things or collection things, this is a completely different way of production. There's a lot of manual work. There's a lot of intellectual contribution. And I think it's one of the myths that Ukrainian things are more expensive and that Ukrainian things lose in terms of quality. I think that's a myth back from the Soviet times. And that supposedly Ukrainian things are not as interesting as foreign objects. I think that Ukrainian items are competitive and high quality, and they're unique and original. Because if we don't believe that, and these Ukrainian goods are bought all over the world, and that's recognition. And we need to be more proud of Ukrainian brands. And like I heard in the first presentation, is appreciate and be thankful. Because for the promotion of Ukraine and the Ukrainian creative industry, they're doing more to promote Ukraine than all of the state-sponsored programs. If we look at Instagram's Instagram picture by Kim Kardashian or Madonna wearing an item by Ukrainian designer with millions of followers and millions of likes, and a video, a 30-second video, which will air on CNN or BBC, is going to be watched by much less people. How do we reach Kim Kardashian? I think the Ukrainian brands have learned how to reach Kim, and there's a lot of hard work behind that. It's not just about waking up one beautiful day and reaching Kim Kardashian. It's about a lot of work on painstakingly creating a good product and painstakingly promoting it. But there's one element that I talk about, which is ambition. What differentiates all creative entrepreneurs and successful entrepreneurs is ambition, because they want to propose something to the world. And after that, they develop some kind of a strategy on how to go global. And then they need to develop a plan of action and implement it. And only after that you can expect some kind of result. Because not many people can do this by creating one item and reach Dua Lipa or Kim or Demi Moore, who was wearing Vitakin. We're talking about talents and specific case studies, and that Ukraine has people who can create high quality clothes. But coming back to the industry, these people finally want to make money in order to survive. In terms of cost, I agree that the production cost is less than for Germany. But if we go to Sisui, I can't do that on television, but I can promote them here. But I come there to in Khreshchatyk because we don't have mass production of the prices are high. Ukrainians cannot buy Ukrainian clothing. And the government comes into play here, and maybe some philanthropists come here into play here, right? Well, there are several aspects. First aspect is I don't think we have isolated success stories. I think that Ukrainian creative industries are successful, both in fashion and shoes and jewelry and Ukrainian services. Even if you look at Ukrainian production companies like Radioactive with Chernobyl and Coldplay and there are other companies who are doing visual effects who got MTV awards. They're talented, but they are dumping prices in the market. I wouldn't say that. Again, we live in a myth that Ukraine has cheap labor. We have high quality, talented, and creative creators and innovators. We are not cheaper than the world. What makes us different is several aspects that the world talks about. First of all, is the Ukrainian creativity. Secondly, is focus on the task. If we have a task from a client, we're willing to work 24 hours, and we're going to get there by the deadline. And another thing that we shouldn't forget about is that we are in the same time zone with Europe, and that's very important for services because we work with them, and we can momentarily find one paradigm and one ecosystem. And what's also very important is that more and more Ukrainians speak more than one foreign language. They study abroad, and a part of them comes back, and they bring back this experience. So there is a number of competitive advantages in terms of goods. We have good geography, we have immediate proximity to all major markets. There's Europe and Asia, and with the European Union, we have a free trade agreement, which means that we can ship goods to the European market, which makes us competitive. And that is not dumping. That is the specifics of our relationship with the European Union. We have the same with Israel and Canada, which is a very interesting market because there are a lot of Ukrainians living in Canada, which we don't need to explain what the Ukrainian creative product is because they know that from their grandmothers and grandfathers. The myth that we are a country of cheap labor, which was popularized before, it's a myth. It's nothing more than that. I think we need to talk about having a class of creative innovators who can offer the world high-quality products and services at a competitive price. Can we have our own Zara? I think we can have our own Zara, and our Ukrainian brands are little by little entering the mass market. If you look at major Ukrainian shopping malls, we have brands which are starting to create their own white label brands. such as Vona and Must Have, and this, they're trying their hand at the mass market. And you asked correctly on what the role of the state is, especially when we're talking about COVID-19 and when the Ukrainian creative classes hit the hardest, especially the entertainment and hospitality industries, especially Ukrainian artists, and with these lockdowns, we don't know what the lockdown is going to be, and with limited revenues. Yeah, because the lockdown translates into shrinking revenue for each household. But so the Ukrainian creative industries are not in the best position right now, and it's the government's role to support them. Are we talking about money? Yes, we're talking about money and compensation of a part of salaries and maybe credit resources and programs for supporting, such as the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, for example. Now we see that the ministry has launched, and this is a positive trend, and this is something we need to be thankful for. We have a number of initiatives that work to compensate this effect to creative entrepreneurs. But we also need to remember about development, not only about staying afloat. If we only think about how to survive and not how to develop, this is not only going to paralyze our growth, but it's going to throw us backwards, because the world continues moving forward despite the pandemic. So we need programs to stimulate growth and development. And here we can talk about training and about exporting, training on how to export to foreign markets, because not all entrepreneurs know how to do this. They think, well, it would be great to sell something externally, but doing that, in fact, something you need to train for. But that I believe in, but I don't believe that the state will cover parts of the salaries, because this is a huge amount of money, and now we see that the government is unable to fund some key industries. And that's another incorrect approach, stating that creative industries are not high priority. Well, this is something that needs to be changed, because creative industries are industries where we have some of the most added value. Of course, we're not mining minerals or oil or extracting gas. The key asset here is people, because for each unit of product, the added value that stays in the country is much more than for other industries. With Zara, the Inditex owner is one of the richest people in the world. Well, yeah, but they don't make money on manufacturing. They make money off the concept and the retail chains. So it's an important thing for the state to recognize that creative industries are at the top of the state policy. And you're right in asking where to take funds from. We probably need to ask the minister, who is going to be in the green room here. Well, we actually expect him in the green room, yes. And about taking money, if an industry is prioritized in state policy, the state is going to find funds for that, maybe not in the volume that, not in the scope that the creative entrepreneurs would want, but this can't be a one-way street, because developing creative industries is not the road that only the government has to go. The creative entrepreneurs also have to must follow along. They need to cooperate with the government, because sometimes we have entrepreneurs complaining and saying everything is bad and but what are your actual proposals? What do we do? How do we change that? And this is where the interesting thing starts. And they say, oh, it's your job to figure this out. So it's an important issue of cooperation, of two-way cooperation between business and the government, the experts, and I am an expert, and the expert environment and the civil society organizations. There are a number of organizations dealing with developing creative industries locally, as well as local authorities. And we're not talking about local authorities enough, but thanks to decentralization, Ukraine now has a lot of resources, including budgets, that stay on the local level. And the local government has resources in terms of helping creative entrepreneurs. And using this old logic that spans back from Soviet times, all the decisions were made in Kiev. But there's a lot of programs, including those for developing and supporting creative industries, which we can demand the local authorities to implement. We need to learn how to talk to each other. And okay, last question. When Volodymyr Zelensky assumed office, he was a representative of the creative industry. Now, everybody said that now the priorities are going to change, that he is going to transform the system from top down. Is that a myth?
I don't know whether it's a myth or not. I can say that Ukrainian creative industries are lucky with the minister in a good sense of the word, because they had a person from a media business, from a cinema business, and he knows what's going on in the industry. And at least we heard a couple of times about these programs he has for creative industries. And he says that, yeah, the ministry is really anticipating that cooperation. Thank you very much, Natalia, and we are continuing. No? Okay. Katerina Osachi is working at the central stage. Well, what? Okay. Please take a look at what we have prepared for you. History and heritage inspire. Ukraine inspires you. You inspire literature. Literature inspires ballet. Ballet inspires cinema. Cinema inspires music. Music inspires folk art. Folk art inspires fashion. Fashion inspires design. Design inspires technology. Technology inspires you. You inspire Ukraine. Ukraine inspires the world. You inspire the world. So we are continuing our work in the green room, as I promised, after a lot of compliments. For you, we have Alexander Tkachenko, Minister of Culture and Informational Policy. We have the ministry here. Good morning again. Actually, I'm used to seeing you in sneakers, and it's kind of suspicious. It's like Kathy changes her hat, something bad is going on. Well, actually, I chose a Ukrainian designer, so your outfit is Ukrainian, designed by Ukrainian designers. Well, the more you discover, the more Ukrainian brands you discover, the more you decide to switch to them. They're very comfortable, they're very effective, and it's part of creative economy. It's fashion, it's design, and it proved that it has a huge export potential. So let's go on with that advertising. How much are your sneakers? Well, it's a bit less expensive than similar sneakers from world brands. I knew that you're not going to talk about that. So all your colleagues in the ministries and in the government, they say that you should not wait for any support, like finance, for creative for these industries. But Mr. Zelensky promised that we will have a cashless economy, we will have more incentives. But people are talking that your industry will have state support. Well, actually, they have already been allocated, but unfortunately, they haven't reached the destination yet. So we all remember about our promise made by the government, and we need to finish that huge work that was started. And things that we see in that forum is absolutely inspires me. And we had European Commissioner, President, Vice Premiers, and even Minister of Finance. We all talk about the prominent role of these creative industries in the economy. And when people talk about creative industries, they imagine all these weak industries and organizations, but we need to change that paradigm. We should not look down to them as kids. And we are not just a natural resource country. We need to create conditions and give a helping hand to them. If we fail to do that, we will have no future. The lockdown affected these creative industries pretty much: tourism, cinema, design, fashion, all of them. And we need to go on with our initiatives. Despite the situation, we need to finish that. And finally, about financial support that haven't reached the destination yet. Who's going to receive that? Well, actually, those who submitted their request through the Ukrainian Book Institute, through the grant system, and other programs that we launched through the State Film Association, and we decreased the VAT for creative industries. This is European practice, and we're trying to implement that 579 system, loan system, and we need to finish that. For those who failed to submit their request in time, do they still have the possibility? Our goal is to have that capability in the budget next year, and nobody knew when we approved that budget. We didn't know that this lockdown is here to stay. So we didn't think about the consequences, about these $3 billion of losses because all these industry is at stake. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, if they lose their jobs, they will lose any hope to maintain their business and survive. Well, thank you. It's very fun to watch you in a different role. Really, it's very fun. It's a lot of fun to watch a person that changes its image. Yeah, I will continue wearing that. Thanks. Yeah, it's an old tradition. But it's a Ukrainian brand. Thank you. It was Mr. Tkachenko, the Minister of Culture, Information and Policy, and we are continuing with our work. Uliana. Hello. There are a couple of technical things. So let's have a conversation and adapt to this online mode. So we were talking about state support for different creative industries, and we talked about financial support that are about to find their destination. So what do you think about how foreign countries, do they know a lot about our creative industries? Well, I want to start with a compliment to the minister. I really liked where he said that creative industries are a priority for them, because no one talked about the high priority of these industries. And as deputy head of the supervisory board of the supervisory board of Ukraine Ahead initiative, and one of the sectors that we wanted to promote, including abroad, was the sector of creative industries. And we succeeded to launch different forums internationally, including Canadian-Ukrainian Business Forum that we did in 2019. And we participated in big events to promote creative industries with Ukrainian Fashion Week. We promoted Ukrainian industries in China. So it's not just Western markets. It's really worldwide, so the potential is pretty high. The only thing I want to add is two things. First of all, is preparing a high-quality investment product. We need to work a lot on that. Can you please elaborate on that? What do you mean, investment product? Actually, it's different criteria, set of criteria that investors look for. It means that creative industries need to come from the shadow, and they need to be transparent and comply with international standards, which will open access to investments. So, yeah, you mean transparency. Okay. What is number two? Number two is actually promotion, because we talk a lot about Ukrainian creative industries inside Ukraine, but to enter international markets, we need to have a ready product for export. And informational resources or channels to promote that product on international markets. Who is going to do that? Are you talking about personal channels? These industries channels? It's more of a synergy between businesses and the state, because state carries its own function and businesses have to cooperate and understand, look from a perspective. So we need to try to look at that from the perspective. We need to educate them, not just to be designers. Yeah, so I'm actually, Andre is actually a talented person, but it's not okay when there's only one empire, one producer who is profitable in the whole industry, and I mean Andre Tan. Well, hope for a bigger competition. He set a plan. He set a standard, and he is cooperating with other designers, and he can help them reach his level. Okay, let's be sincere. You know how the mechanism of attracting more investment. And a lot of people think, and I think a lot of people would support me, they think I'm the most talented person, and maybe I'm an expert in, let's say, a French market, but it's not about my idea. It's about Ukraine's image. People think that he's from Ukraine. We don't need him. We need more like domestic producers. Is it true? Well, it's a stereotype, and this is why we promote, advertise. This is why we created Ukraine Now. I used to be a member of the expert board when we prepared that brand. We talked about it, and I think Ukraine has a lot of potential. And they always, these people would always ask me, like, what do you have? What do you have more? Tell me more about it. They were looking for the cherry on top. So they try to diversify their investments. This is why they are looking for more added value projects. I know that this is a difficult topic for a lot of people looking for investments. Maybe it's a stereotype, but some people think that there is a kind of an iron curtain between us and a Schengen zone or EU. So it's like Western mentality against Soviet mentality. So they are more inclined of bringing Ukrainians to EU and working with them instead of working with Ukrainians in Ukraine. Well, it's not true. We had a good success in Canada. I started to work with Natalia in 2015 in the expert promotion office. We did a first forum in Canada, and it was successful. I mean, Ukrainian creative industries were very effective in Canada. In 2019, we brought a lot of people, including Odarka, and she's one of the participants of our forum. So I hope there will be more. Is that true that COVID equalized everything and everyone? It equalized our chances with European markets. Well, kind of. Maybe. Because since everyone is in equal conditions, we have more potential to promote Ukrainian creative industries. I don't like futurology, but you're an expert. You know how it developed. Maybe you try to look into perspective. In 2030, I see your expression. Yeah, I know you can't, but given the situation, what is the situation with investments in Ukraine and abroad? You know, I'm a fan of Ukrainian creative industries. Not just for the last year, I actually support them a lot. I have shoes from Ukrainian designer Olena Brema, and I really believe that in 2030, Ukraine will be up in all of, on top of all the creative ratings all over the world. Let's get back to reality. And I'm sorry, that's so what you have here is Ukrainian. What about the one down there? That's H&M. Can you actually wear everything Ukrainian? Yeah, absolutely. I support Ukrainian designers a lot. It's not haute couture, it's pret-à-porter fashion. Yeah, a lot of Ukrainian designers, they produce a lot of stuff for business. And since we all communicate online, I really am waiting for going offline and showing my outfit, Ukrainian outfit. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for your optimism. I really appreciate that, and let's move on. And this is where we stop. And Uliana, maybe I will ask you to get back because we wanted to talk about a different aspect. Still here? So I just struggling to finish that puzzle. We were talking about perspective and futurology. Aren't you afraid that COVID will lead to a global crisis because we don't have that reserve fund just like in Germany? And all these cool ideas and people who, create good products for you to wear, they will just pack their bags and go to Europe or maybe Russia. Well, I just want to thank Mr. Minister. I know that he actively supports and cooperates with the Ministry of Finance to support creative industries in such a harsh time. And we've heard a couple of forecasts from the Ministry of Finance. I'm really thankful to him for that. Today, it's a very vulnerable sector and it needs lots of support. And I believe that it's the other way around. Creative people will stay. They will consolidate, they join their efforts, and still they make their ideas reality. Yeah, you're very optimistic. So I don't want to encourage your pessimism. We talked to millions of our viewers on TV in our morning program, morning show. And people think that there is no way out, and you say that there is. There's always a way out. Yeah, well, you need to go to politics. So what is investments?
Well, there are things that change with time. And I mean, investment used to be about money. There was a business plan and there's money. But this now is more about, it's more than money, isn't it? Yeah, well, first and foremost, it's money, but then there's a component of knowledge, innovation, and the other investment components. And right now, we're talking about the fact that this sector is first and foremost about monetary investment as well. It needs monetary support, and the sector is very vulnerable due to the current events. And thus, the financial component is very, very important. The latest texts of the famous futurists, talked about the fact that investment is a lot about education. And of course, there are webinars, there are internet courses and platforms, but our higher education, which spawns these creative people, really leaves a lot to be desired. because the education sometimes works contrary to what's expected. But is investment also about is about education? Well, in Ukrainian Invest, we worked a lot with the Ukrainian education about the reform of professional and technical vocational schools. I think we need to popularize vocational education for creative industries because a lot of these people graduate from vocational and professional schools. And in order to popularize this and bring this to another level, we've been cooperating with the ministry for extended periods of time. And right now, I listen to Minister Fedorov, who said that this is a very important component and that they have launched an entrepreneurship course in many educational establishments. And we hope that this cooperation between the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy, together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, together with the Ministry of Education, will bear some great results. Well, we'd love to see that. We'd love to see. We'd like to translate, to broadcast your speech in all schools and churches and every town of Ukraine in order to imbue everyone with optimism. Back to Katya Sacha. Thank you very much for talking about education, because the futurologists say that in the future people will need to get several educations because the world is so volatile and it's going to move faster and faster, and our children need to learn about things that are happening right now and will happen tomorrow, and education unfortunately lags behind every now and then. But we hope that our forum can contribute to this sphere as well. So we are about to enter the second module, which is capability for future reality, adaptivity or sustainability. So the key participants will include the Volodymyr Yermolenko, the director for the Institute of Demography, and Ella Libanova, and we will have a video stream from Yevgen Glebovitsky, who is a teacher at Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, and the professor of Stanford University, Francis Fukuyama, and the moderator is Natalia Kryv, the professor for Ukrainian philosophy and culture of Kyiv National Taras Shevchenko University. Natalia, the floor is yours. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, thank you to the colleagues. When we talk about culture, we start with philosophical census. That is about the health of that says a lot about the health of a nation. And the last thing that I would want to do is counterpose creative industries, which are aimed at entertainment, and creative industry that aim to create new senses, because the truth is somewhere in between. I have some great interlocutors today, so I think I'm just going to humbly moderate and organize. We will talk and collaborate with our colleagues from other places. So the new reality is about talking to each other virtually as well, but I'd like to start with some definitions which I believe are of principal importance. Cultural and creative industries are an industry which creates added value by developing intellectual achievements and creativity. And we are going to talk about culture not as a recipient or a beneficiary, but as a driver and generator of added value and driver of social development and a social mechanism and a locomotive that is moving society both intellectually and creatively and industrially. A great beginning of this discussion was marked by the key decision makers and policymakers. Thanks for government officials for making it here. But with colleagues we'd like to talk about the philosophical framework of what's happening and about how does society identify itself, how society looks for new scenarios and senses for existing. And we're going to talk about globalization, and we're going to talk about the fact that culture is a key to sustainable development. And I'm sure that there could be no doubt about this. But we need a to-do list. We need specific case studies and specific ways of implementing these ideas. And of course, we're going to talk about culture, that culture matters, and values can be quite material. Now we are going to talk to Yevgen, and then we're going to listen to Professor Fukuyama. So let's start with colleagues who are here. Ella, Volodymyr, what's with the new reality and where does culture fit in? Ladies first, right? First of all, what is this new reality and what is it about? Well, we have a new reality every moment. You can't enter the same river twice because the water will be different. But how is this new reality different from this new reality which we are used to and we've been living in for the majority of our lives? First of all, I'd like to say that changes are very complex and comprehensive. The new changes encompass everything. For example, the fourth industrial revolution, which is related to the digitalization of economy. Economic changes have never been so all-encompassing. Right now, digitalization leads to the creation of completely new industries and a completely different functioning of the labor market. And we see that jobs are subdivided into two unequal parts. The first one being smaller in number, but much larger in contribution, is the highly qualified jobs which require highly qualified and highly creative workforce. And it's the task for AI, which is penetrating more and more into our lives. But the larger group in numbers are the jobs which are serving these computers. There is a much lower requirement to education and creativity and creative search, but they're more in number. And I can't say that these jobs are marked by any particular creativity. So these jobs will not provide this creative satisfaction as opposed to the jobs in the creative economy. And there is a rift forming between them. Secondly, besides economy, the new reality is changing due to other factors. For example, we are now going through a massive demographical aging process. We know that senior citizens are becoming a majority in most developing nations. And let's say if we thought that 60 years old was senior and elderly citizens, now the WHO is saying that it's the second youth. But we need to accept that the workforce is becoming more diverse, the population is becoming different and more diverse as well. And we see that more and more senior people are in the population and the workforce, provokes the fact that the transformation in values lags behind the transformation in reality, because a senior citizen is, in general, a bit slower to react, and they're less capable for radical changes. And we need to consider that. So the first sign of the new reality and the changes of the new reality is the comprehensiveness and all-encompassing nature of it. Secondly, the previous industrial revolutions would happen in one nation, and this nation would blaze the trail for all others, and then they would try to copy the successful nation. The UK used to be that for 50 years before, but now it's very different. Changes are happening everywhere at the same time. In South Africa, in Namibia, and they're all different in nature, but they exist both in Saudi Arabia, in the United States, in Ukraine, and everywhere else. We cannot name a country which would be sitting and waiting, that somebody would blaze a trail for them. That's the second feature. And the third feature, which is very important, is that everything is happening way too fast. This new reality is being created as we speak, and we don't even have time to change our attitude and adapt. We can't even understand what's happening anymore. The future shock. Yeah, and we're finally encountering this in practice. And why are we so scared by COVID-19? Because we were not ready for it. But biologists, even though biologists and environmentalists very carefully, in a very reserved and academic way, they were saying this over and over again. We're going towards this. This is inevitable. But still, we couldn't realize what happened and understand what's happening and react and respond. So now we're talking about the new qualities which are necessary in the new reality. We need to understand that what the new reality is. And secondly, is what success is all about. What is the new measure of success in the new reality? Is this about high salary? Is this about sound health? Or is it about the capability to travel? I think that this is the cornerstone, should be the cornerstone of our discussion. Thank you very much. We talked about the seventh wave of the global value research. I would like to share that the majority of Ukrainians are now lower than 2011. In 2020, much less Ukrainians believe that honest work is a key to success. And this used to be 50%, and now we're at 41%. So, Mr. Volodymyr, what's about the new reality? What's with the new reality? What's with the new culture? Where are we moving? It was very interesting to listen to Miss Ella. I don't know. Is my microphone on? Can we continue? Yeah, it looks like the microphone is working. To answer your question, why? It's about hard work, right? It's not honest work, it's like hard work. Hard work that doesn't bear much fun. Maybe people who are not engaged in creativity in their daily job. Of course, the growth in service sector and the creative economy stimulates people to think about not necessarily hard work, but maybe creating ideas and creating something intellectual. And this would really be about major changes in added value. The classical political economy by Adam Smith or Karl Marx, who has been thinking alongside with the Brits, he said that labor creates added value. which is not necessarily true today. Yes, labor creates added value, but labor is one of the factors, and the other factors is intellect, and third is nature. But solar creates added value without any apparent labor. In Ukrainian thought, we had an interesting dissident, Mykola Rudenko, who said that Marx was wrong because the main instrument for tool for creating added value is nature itself. And maybe the economics of tomorrow is going to be economics in terms of ecological and environmental focused economy. So now we are reassessing the role of the human being in creating global added value. What Allah said, to add to what Allah said about creative economy, sometimes when we talk about the creative economy, we accent creativity too much, especially when we talk about the sources of creative economy, birthplaces. Like California, a lot of thinkers would say that everybody's creative and let's all be creative, but I would be very careful to say that. I think that the creative class is not going to be 90%. It's going to be 10, 12%, and maybe statistics could do a better job here. But what I'm wondering about is not whether the creative class is going to have a good time or not a very good time, but what is going to be the reaction of the not-so-creative classes. So a very important question is solidarity in society, and solidarity between different people, between creative and not-so-creative people, how we can reduce the strain between different categories of people.
So this is why the 19th and 20th century was all about the class. Now it's an outdated term. And I feel bad about using that word class. Class is a group of people who have common mentality. So do these people have common mentality now, like Marx said? And this trend that we're talking about, it's going in a direction where people have less and less common mindset, less things in common. And this study of values that we talked about, it says that one of the biggest trends is the trends to self-express. If people focus their individuality, their coolness, and this trend is obvious, including Ukrainian society. We see that from the seventh wave, number of people is growing. And I'm concerned that this society will become more atomized and will lose ability to empathize, to sympathize. So, speaking about that study in Ukraine, we see that we are getting closer to Western values. So, and at the same time, less people are ready to accept different people, other different people. Less tolerance, and that's what we see in the Western world, and the U.S. is a good example of that. And Trump won even more votes than he did before, just because of his xenophobic expressions. And we see the same thing happening in Hungary and other countries. And people who start to self-express more and more, they have this syndrome of emphasized egoism and class centrism. So why the culture plays the biggest role? It's a good tool of empathy. It gives us a possibility to understand other people's experiences. It's a formula that we receive from Aristotle. What is catharsis? For Aristotle, it's when you're sitting in a theater and you're watching a drama, a stage performance, and you feel the same, or you feel something that is new for you, and this is how your soul purifies. And culture is a chance to live or feel more emotions that you do right now. And culture is something that takes us away from that egoism or individualism. In that sense, culture needs to counterweigh that atomization. And Louisa Blick, if I say that correctly, she received a Nobel Prize for Literature because she could raise her voice to the level of common understanding. So I'm going to advocate our colleagues. Yes, we have less xenophobia. And our tolerance to homosexuals has rose towards people speaking different languages. So the language situation has become better, and the religion situation has become worse. And number of people who are a member of NGOs, environmental NGOs, has rose nine times. Now it's 9.5% of people who are involved in environmental organizations or activities on a public level. We really want to hear from Eugene Glibovitsky. We wish him good health. He's on quarantine right now, and we really would like to hear what he says about values. We cannot hear you right now. I can hear you very well. Great. It's a good start. So if we are speaking about that subject, we talk about adaptivity and resilience. Adaptivity has become a tool of survival for most of Ukrainians, and the fact that we can be flexible very quickly, and sometimes institutions that we rely on, they fail. So this adaptivity gives us a good possibility to survive. And it's like in 2014, Euromaidan. But right now we have a wider range of different issues, everyday issues. If we look at the study of values, despite the fact that Ukraine is moving in the right direction, we need to shift the values from the values of survival to values of adaptivity or self-expressions, values of self-expression. And it requires a larger level of security. Not just security or defense. And I mean the feeling of protection from that institutional environment. This is something that we lack right now in the country. If we take a look at the complex different security challenges in the modern world, it's impossible to respond to these challenges just in one country. This is why they create organizations like NATO. And we are in a situation right now when we need to do that, a large part of the job ourselves. Ukraine doesn't have a good perspective of becoming a NATO member. We have a lot of obstacles. Even formal membership, NATO membership, doesn't give you enough security. And the risks are, when we move from our survival values to self-expression values, we're going to draw in somewhere, just to go down, fail. And it will depend on the 8th and 9th waves. If we look at the humanity development process, it goes diagonal from traditional values and survival values to rational and self-expression values. And this trajectory that developed world can provide us. I'm talking about Western world and Eastern tigers. It's an upward movement. And we cannot say that if there is any resilience or sustainability on this trajectory. So we need to study ourselves a lot. For example, there are some important issues, like how these cultural changes should become mass level, how if you invest in education, how can you invest into social perspective in order to stop migration? So there are a lot of questions that only have answers in a certain context. But we don't have these adapted answers right now. Thank you very much. Actually, we had a discussion here, a couple of you can express your response. I love Eugene. I love his views, but let me disagree on that. It's not a left to right movement. So first it's a movement to rationality, then to self-expression. I think this is a trend that is typical for 19th century for a lot of European countries. And you can take a look at the French society that focuses on rationality of the ideas of the Republic and faces a lot of issues when this rationality that was created in 19th century, 19th, 20th century, when they face the multiculturality problems that are, it is a problem that is not typical for French people, for French society. So while the society had to move through multicultural values after World War II, it's a different story here. And I think Ukraine can move in the same direction. So which brings me to the second point. I think we should be very critical to methodology, to that analysis, word analysis of values, because it's a very good starting point for reflections, but it's not a Bible that we should take for granted. For example, a conflict between rational values and diversity values. It's very important. And we see that the dilemma of Western world is like Brexit, like France versus Islamism, US elections, they are based on that. And the second thing is the fact that we are focused on security and survival values. Is it bad or is it good? What we see in the Western world is a certain vulnerability, which is even greater than in Ukraine. And Ukraine talked about adaptability because Western countries are not very good at this because they rely on institutions. And for me, the fact that in Western countries the security is secured, any doubt in this system, any threat to that system risks to break that whole structure. And I think that the response to COVID sometimes is overreacted because people, they keep people in their houses while it's actually good for you to be in the open air and safe. So it's a exaggeration, which is a big problem for me as well. A society that thinks it guaranteed security, and when this security is at risk, they sometimes make wrong decisions. Can I? Yes, please. Well, I just wanted to express my opinion to what Eugene said, but I will respond to both. So first, we need to distinguish between the response to security issues from people perspective and state perspective. And COVID is not a people's reaction or response. So it's a government that was scared of the pandemic. So the government really wanted to initiate that overreaction among citizens. So, and the second thing, why are we talking about security as physical security? And I think the problem of moral and psychological security is even more important when we talk about hybrid attacks, virus attacks, and I'm talking about computer viruses. The rest is actually a result of security breaches. And a lot of creative people, they are concerned more because they have a better imagination. They can imagine what can happen after a bank system will fail, or account data will be breached. People without imagination, they will not think about that. And the last thing I wanted to mention, we talked about that with Natalia before the discussion. You should not, trust any social study 100%, because we are not sure that interviewers, analysts, and other people have a same understanding of same terms and concepts. And that study of strive to democracy, well, what about Maidan? We don't want a big leader. We don't want a strong hand. Whenever a strong leader comes, Ukrainians rebel. And it means that human mindset is not sometimes something that is fixed, and you need to understand that. Okay, do you want to respond to that right now or after Mr. Fukuyama's speech? Mr. Glebovitsky? Actually, I agree with what you said about my speech, because I'm trying to compare these things that happened after World War II and what is happening right now, and I think the contexts are too distant to compare them directly, and I'm not sure that we can use them directly towards each other. But if we are talking about what movement we're taking on that map, on that matrix, the question is whether we are talking about a general movement or we are talking about movement of separate components. Because there are components that ensure big dynamics, and some groups can move in a different direction. It doesn't mean that it should not be purified.
I think that as a consequence of reckless policy, we can lose small creative groups which enabled, which are the locomotive for the entire society. And if we lose these groups, we might suffer as a whole society. And this is why we need a system to protect minorities. This is why we need a system that can protect the rights of different people. And this is why we need a society that can live in with its diversity. And I think Ukraine is actually a rather good example than a bad example, because we have existed as a part of many different empires and rule systems. It prepares us for the current problems and challenges of the 21st century. It prepares us actually much better than the other countries past prepared them. And learning, I assess Ukrainian adaptivity as with optimism, because we are culturally well adapted to what awaits us looking forward. Now we're going to listen to Professor Fukuyama. Just note that he is speaking about many of the same things, that Eastern Europe has survived the pandemic a bit better than Western Europe, and he defines key factors. And now we have 4 minutes with Professor Fukuyama.
Our past experience with crisis should teach us that long-term consequences of global disruptions will often not occur until years after the fact, and will move the world in unexpected directions. The Great Depression that started in 1929 is commonly blamed for the rise of fascist leaders like Mussolini and Hitler. But it also led to the rise of Franklin Roosevelt in the United States, whose New Deal laid the groundwork for the modern American welfare state, and the rejuvenation of an industrial powerhouse that went on to defeat Germany and Japan and lay the groundwork for a liberal post-war international order. The current COVID-19 pandemic and the global economic recession it has produced is likely to have similar unexpected long-term effects. Back last spring, it was rich countries like Italy, Spain, and the United States that faced the most severe outbreaks and death rates. Developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Latin America, by contrast, imposed early quarantines and seemed to be spared from the worst effects of the disease. Eastern Europe seemed to be doing better than Western Europe. All that changed, however, over the summer as vulnerable health systems and poor conditions in developing countries led to massive increases in infection rates, while the rich world, apart from the US, seemed to recover quickly. Today, we are in the midst of a second and, in the US, a third wave of the disease, which once again is accentuating the gaps between high-performing countries and countries with failed responses. I think that there are three factors that have determined how countries respond to the epidemic. The first has to do with state capacity. State capacity is simply the availability of doctors, of healthcare professionals, and infrastructure with the appropriate resources backing them to deal with a health emergency. The second factor has to do with trust. Citizens have to be able to trust their government, and they also have to trust one another if they are to undertake the burdens of mandates like quarantines and social distancing. The final factor is an intangible one, which has to do with the quality of leadership. You can have great state capacity and high levels of trust, but if you have incompetent leaders that make bad decisions, then you're not going to be doing very well. I think that all of these factors have distinguished the high performers from the poor performers so far in the epidemic. There have already been other negative political consequences of the disease. Many leaders have used it as an excuse to expand executive powers and to silence critics. This has been going on in many countries. For example, Viktor Orban in Hungary early on used the crisis to obtain emergency powers from his parliament. China's extension of its security law to Hong Kong and the crackdown on protests there would likely not have happened if the world had not been distracted by the epidemic. Similar abuses of authority have occurred in India, the Philippines, Uganda, El Salvador, and many other countries. It is natural, in a way, that people who are opposed to immigration, that want to shut borders and to isolate their countries, should use the epidemic as an excuse to do just that. And so many of the negative trends that we have seen emerge in the world over the past few years have been accentuated by this disease. This could lead to massive disruptions as we proceed with the economic turndown, mass migration, starvation, and other ills that will befall poor and poorly governed countries.
Щиро дякуємо. Ми звернули увагу на три фактори переживання пандемії, про які говорить.
Thank you very much. We have noted the three factors of counteracting and responding to the pandemics that Professor Fukuyama has mentioned. First is the medical capacity, which we mentioned with Ella, then the trust, and then quality of leadership. In terms of quality of leadership, this is something that we're going to talk about in the end of our panel, because Mr. Fukuyama has formulated several more ideas in this regard. I'd like to come back to Mr. Yevhen and our compatriots. Actually, Mr. Yevhen is not only teaching at Kyiv-Mohyla Business School, but also the Ukrainian Catholic University. And he is also the founder of a strategic company, Promova, and in several minutes, Mr. Taras Lutey might join us. I would also like to hear from Taras Lutey. But, okay, so the civil society and institutions and what is happening to the civil society? Because creative industries are a sector where the individual initiative and the presence of this personal responsibility and involvement of a human being to the world, global cosmic processes, where a human being understands that they are part of global processes, and this is why they implement creative and intellectual ideas. What do you think about that? Institutions, civil society, state. We're talking about private-public partnership. We can talk about this professionally today, too. By the way, thank you to the high expert level. We are trying to set the framework here in terms of definitions. Ella and Volodymyr. Okay, let me start here. You know, in order for a society to exist as a nation state and as a unity, in order for them to have a national identity that everyone's been talking about, I think the cornerstone of this is trust. Trust to state institutions and the trust to non-state institutions, as well as the trust to each other. Maybe 10 years ago, the Institute of Social Studies has published a research called the Society of Distrust, actually published in Russian because they targeted ex-Soviet Union countries, but here they accented on the fact that, and also the monitorings confirmed that people trust their relatives, friends, and acquaintances, and kind of trust each other, a little bit. Absolutely zero trust to any and all state institutions, absolutely zero trust to the press, and those have gone even further down lately, because when the press started digging into our wounds, we started trusting them a bit more, but when this became customary, people stopped trusting the press either. Actually, civic organizations don't enjoy a lot of trust either. Don't need to lie to yourself here either. We have grown and matured in an environment where we don't trust almost anyone. But here's an interesting observation. When you look at these things and you confirm and you compare local and central government, local authorities enjoy more trust. But conversely, attendance in elections, turnouts in elections are much higher for central government, paradoxically. How can you understand that? I mean, this is locally, you can join a civil society organization and influence the process personally and elect your local leaders, but why aren't you using this? Mr. Volodymyr and then Mr. Taras has joined us remotely. I also support the opinion that the lack of trust is a problem of the Ukrainian society, and social studies are in line with my conclusion. But I would analyze this differently. I think it's not about the lack of trust as uneven distribution of trust. We see that there are peaks of trust. And I think the 2019 election has demonstrated that Ukrainian people are able to trust someone blindly. You thought there was a manifestation of trust? Yes. I think it was distrust to one group of people, but a blind trust towards something they don't know. And that's a paradox of the Ukrainian society. So we see that social studies show that people crave stability, but in elections, people are willing to risk it all. I don't want to evaluate on whether this has been a good or a bad decision, but this has been a risky decision, give it that. Because people did not know the program, not the team, and not what was expected to be done. So this was a blind choice. So this capability to have blind trust is a characteristic that is interesting. How does the used car market work? There are all kinds of ways to buy a car, like having a power of attorney, etc. Like you get a power of attorney because the title remains with the owner. And nobody has guarantees, not the buyer, not the seller. And these are people who see each other for the first time. And this is the lack of trust is compensated by a certain level of magical thinking and a blind trust. And it's not like we distrust everything and everyone. It's like the quantity of trust is the same. It's like energy in physics. Because when there's a lack of trust in one place, there's going to be an abundance of trust in another place. That's why if you look at the generation of people who lost everything in the 1990s, why did all of these religious cults emerged? Because people stopped trusting each other and they invested their trust capital somewhere else. And this is how. So this is a hint of how to work with that. You know, our society, which I really like, and the citizens that I really like, but we need to be critical to each other and ourselves. We are inclined towards the extremes, and this is probably a characteristic of Eastern Europe. We have tried to build hyper-socialism for 70 years, and now we're building a hyper-socialism. And from hyper-socialism, we have transitioned into hyper-individualism. And the way we can build, if we can build resilience to these pendulums of trust and ideology, I think this search for balance is something that can save us. But regarding to what Mr. Fukuyama said, we can talk about this later. A little word from Mr. Taras Luty, who is on a break between his lectures. Maybe he could give us some comments from what you deem necessary. Well, unfortunately, I had a certain technical issue, and I wasn't able to hear much by the key speakers. But the only thing that I would like to stop at, with both speakers, I heard a key bullet point about a crisis of trust. And obviously, in the pandemic times, this crisis of trust is obviously escalated and aggravated. I would say that the current challenges are exacerbated by the fact that this uncertain freedom that we recently obtained with a visa-free regime with the European Union, which is now subject to the social and political processes that are happening. I think the social contacts are strained because of the lack of trust, and this remote teleworking and remote friendships and remote civic activity that we are entering now also exacerbates this problem. And I think this is transitioning from the micro level well into the international cooperation level. And maybe the inter-leadership cooperation will suffer as well, and the states are facing the problem of choosing the right governance principles, whether to become harsher in governance or to come back to some earlier democratic forms which are well tested. So we see that society at large and leaders in specific are faced with problems such as defining responsibility. I don't want to say that this is a problem of government only. This is a problem of us regular people who are involved in any public activity. Responsibility and competence. Whose competence is it? Must the government representatives consult with experts in civil society for expertise? It's a large challenge to the medical system, and not only the Ukrainian medical system, which is not under-reformed, but it's a question of how the medical system has to be structured, because it has to be a service provider industry. You know, medical services sounds strange, because when we're talking about saving lives, especially in the pandemic, we need to reimagine the responsibility of doctors and medical professionals, because the medical profession is not about managing and redistributing some valuables, because otherwise all of these things would exacerbate alienation, not only in government, but also among regular lay people day after day. And finally, in my opinion, this is a major test of what we should understand as umbrella issues, which are the problems of culture and education. Unfortunately, it often happens that for a long time, culture and education, culture was about entertainment and education was about edutainment. And we can see that in these spheres, we can notice a way of providing distribution of value.
And this applies to educational services or cultural services. And again, we need to think about the fact that in German language, culture and education, they use the same word, they are related, they use similar words. There are things that we need to take care of. It's a very specific area of generating knowledge. It's a discipline of the way of thinking, modeling different situations, finding solutions for social and political situation that we are in right now. It's also an ethical core, and culture is a part of it, central part of it. And it's a driver for self-development and added sense. Thank you for joining us. It was very interesting. And Eugene, do you have a possibility to comment on that? A lack of trust, institutions? I would say that lack of trust is a consequence of the lack of security. When we talk about other factors that affect the lack of trust, I think that they just come in a different order compared to how lack of security leads to change in the way of interaction among Ukrainians. If we want to create prerequisites for better trust, we need to take care of security. And I would like to agree to Ms. Libanova. We need to look not only at hard security, it's mental health, it's also interaction with the institutions. So in that case, we probably are starting to find a common ground. Thank you. Just a short comment on institutions for creative industries. If you listened and watched us from the very beginning, you probably watched a conversation between Yegor and Larissa Petasyuk. They talked about institutions, about Ukrainian Cultural Fund. So I think we have a quiet revolution here. And people do not believe it. The money for cultural projects are distributed by experts rather than officials. These are public money, but they are spent based on decision-making in the form of dialogue. So my suggestion is that, Yegor, your morning show, you can have head of Ukrainian Fund, Ukrainian Institute, and you can discuss what it means for normal Ukrainians. What are you going to visit? What are you going to watch after the pandemic is over? And the quality of this cultural environment depends on that environment. I think that creative industries demonstrate institutionalization that is very smart and progressive. I think Volodymyr has something to say, and Eugene and Taras are going to jump in later. I know that you had some problems before joining us, and really, our discussion depends pretty much on your evaluation. Yeah, I just wanted to say that something that happened in the cultural sector, it's a good experience that can be scaled up to other institutions that were created from scratch, ex nihilo, as they say, and they are pretty effective. But what are institutions? What is a problem about our understanding of democracy? And we see that over a couple of years. I think we failed to understand that democracy involves certain balance. And this balance is what we call meritocracy. So Alexis de Tocqueville, a French philosopher who was critical towards democracy, and he said that democracy is a situation where decisions are made by math. And qualitative decisions cannot be solved by math. That's the problem, because when we enter the era of democracy, it's when we provide subjectivity to every citizen, but we need to balance it with simple values like good or evil, knowledge or not knowledge, competence or non-competence. And this element of meritocracy is underdeveloped in our country, in our society. Universities are not working the way they need to work. And the public sphere. So the role of institutions are in separating good from evil, or high quality stuff from low quality stuff. And I think what happens, I think democracy is not about choice, but what happens with these. You mean existential choice? Yes. Democracy means that you need to understand if you have 10 incompetent people on one side and one competent person on the other side, you need to give advantage to the competent person. And this is what institutions need to be involved in. Well, I would agree with that. And I think the problem is everyone is sure that they not only can play soccer or raise kids, not even talking about philosophy. You know, everyone is a good philosopher nowadays. The problem is, a lot of knowledge brings a lot of sadness. A lot of people, they have doubts. Maybe it's not the case. Maybe I failed to see something. So, some people, they have doubts. And when we talked about choice and trust, the problem is that we were never taught under Soviet Union or before Soviet Union. We didn't learn how to analyze. So now critical thinking is one of the subject of the new Ukrainian school concept. I'm not a fan of what happened on the last US election, just like most of the people, but at least they talked about different programs. Now here in Ukraine, we're even not talking about different programs. Just take a look at the last elections. We never analyzed president's program. We don't know what is coming from above. We don't know about team of MPs. We don't know about teams of analysts who prepare different decisions. They just have what they have. Okay, do you have a comment? Well, I'll probably say that the biggest benefit for us is that we need to start that. We can start that discussion at last. I looked through archive of my presentations, and in 2008, I had to explain to an audience that these values are not material assets. And I think this is a start of such a discussion which will bring us to having a foundation for our subjectivity. As we see from the experience of a lot of post-Soviet countries, we cannot take it for granted. You need to come a certain way to understand these values, and I hope that this way will bring us to understanding of our security, to more trust, more security, and being more competitive. Sure. Thank you. Hello? I just want Eugene to hear me here. I absolutely agree with this, but I beg you, let's look at the comments to our discussion. I mean, the comments in social media. And we will understand if we are on the right path. Or it's the other way around. We just It's our wishful thinking. Yeah, we will have a possibility to look through chatbot questions in the end, and I will be able to voice these questions. I'm not talking about questions. Yeah, I understand that. The comments. Okay. I'm not sure if Taras is still there, because he has classes to teach. And we wanted to talk about life scenarios. What has changed in Ukraine scenarios? We wanted to talk about the crisis of globalization and of life scenarios for separate people, individual people. So I'll just read you that the failure of that system on all levels, education on all levels, has led to the fact that the skills of free thinking, ability to build historical parallels, things that focuses in a cultural field and are in a humanitarian area, they become inaccessible to citizens. So what about life scenarios? Culture is not something that is born in the past and is implemented in the present. It's more of a complicated system. What are we going to do with these competencies? How are we going to implement them? What do you think about that? Well, I would just reiterate what I said before. Is the microphone working? Yeah, Taras talked about that. Why culture is and education are similar and are related. What education provides you in the modern world? Ability to gain knowledge. It just does not reproduce knowledge. It's not 19th century or 20th century when there's a certain domain of knowledge and we need to digest it. And the skills that we need, first and foremost, are skills, flexibility skills, or adaptivity skills. So education needs to make us open to subsequent experience. And I think it's very important. As for me, we have a very big problem in our society, both on individual level, family level, and national level. We don't understand our experience. It's a so-called totalitarity of experience. And everyone has big experience, serious experience, and maybe we have more of that experience than other societies have because we had totalitarian experience, we had Maidan experience. A lot of societies don't have that. So we have something to say to the world, and we really have a lot to learn. But I think sometimes we get caught in this experience, and it's very dangerous to judge about everything based on your individual experience. It's your right, but it's a big risk. Education can give us understanding that there are different experiences. And it's up to you to sum it up. It's your decision to take it or not. But you have to learn about that. It's a knowledge about other people's experience. Look at Mr. Fukuyama. He has a book that it's called Political Order and Political Decay, and he has a section in that book. If you know one country, you don't know any country. If you know your own experience, you don't have any experience. If you don't have possibility to compare, you cannot judge anything in our world because it's a complicated world, complicated system. You always compare yourself to other people, other countries, other eras. So I want our education system to deprovincialize us because we think that we know a lot just because we know ourselves. That's not true. And we'll listen to Mr. Fukuyama about leadership, including leadership in creative industries. If I may, I just want to cover one more aspect, and we left it. I just want to talk about totalitarianism, paternalism. That's just my personal opinion. I think our paternalism have roots in our level of life. We think that we all in need of a lot of things. We feel entitled. But I think if we had that, we wouldn't have the luxury cars on the streets. We would not have such good products. So when we are sure that we are poor, we try to count on somebody who's going to help us. And apparently it's a state government. And a lot of Ukrainians, they still expect the government to help them. And there's another question. Why? Despite that, we try to build our life scenarios like that. And I mean our material scenarios, our behavior on the labor market, attitude to our obligations. We always like to complain about corruption. Still, we have a very high tolerance to corruption if police stops us. The first thing we need to do, we need to, get away from it and try to pay a bribe. And of course, it's not everyone, but what's the problem? We think that we're entitled to the state support. We have the right to that support, but we don't think about our obligations. Just like 10 or 20 years ago, we don't see anything bad about working without license. Yeah, that's fine. You don't pay taxes, that's fine. You don't pay to the pension fund, fine. And okay, if you don't, why should your parents receive pension? So it's we're caught in that dead end. I don't know if we can break it.
But if you look closely here, we think that we don't live well, we don't recognize our responsibility towards others, and we think that the state owes us everything. Well, that's it's a problem of the state, but it's also a problem of us not wanting to contribute, so it doesn't have the capacity. So we don't trust the state because it supposedly doesn't protect us. So this is the vicious circle closes. And this is where we talked about in the beginning. Now, the Middle East Center has researched poverty, and this is, there have been 2 studies. People have exaggerated their spending, but they exaggerated their spending, but underestimated their income, and they said that they were not poor, but just like everybody else. Why do we believe that we're poorer than others? Because people compare themselves not to the previous selves, but to other people. And that is the paradox of many societies. The reason why this hate is growing and why this inequality is growing, because if absolute figures, you live better than your parents, but comparing around yourself comparatively, there are a lot of people who are more successful than yourself. And this is a trait. This has to be an exercise to our optimism, comparing yourself to your grandfathers and grandmothers, what they drove, where they got clothing, and what they ate, even to your parents. And maybe it's not as bad. So in terms of paternalism, it's not. So we see that this Ukrainian individualism, rugged individualism, is being born. Ukrainian libertarianism. So the state doesn't help us. We don't like the state, and we think that we can only trust ourselves, and that is the response of many people. And this is a step forward as compared to what we had before. People said, okay, if the state doesn't help me, I'm just going to rely on myself, and there's me, there's my family, and that's it. But they don't really sustain their own family. I mean, if you want, they expect the education and medicine to be free, and the pensions to arrive from the government. It's great that this individual initiative is being born. A lot of people are starting to understand, and they understood that they lost a lot in the 90s, but they got by. And they still have a feeling of I can, but they don't have a sense of community. So this world of collectivism was ruined, and this world of individualism stood in its place, emerged in its place. And the problem is how to rebuild the sense of community and of publicness. And we need to understand that individualism is an illusion, because you can't survive on your own, because in order for you to be individual, you have to go kill a mammoth and provide their food. But people go to the supermarket. They never kill anyone for food. Well, at least most of us don't. We are interdependent on a lot of people, and there are a lot of things that we don't even perceive anymore. And we live in this illusion that we have weathered everything on our own. But developing the sense of community that should not contradict the sense of the individual is very important. I think the COVID-19 pandemic and the state response to COVID-19 is exacerbating this, because micro, mid, and middle business is losing the most, and these are mostly the creative industry. People will become even more nihilistic regarding community and the state. But in order for us not to think that everything is so bad, if we compare the index of trust in this study, we see that there are countries that are even worse. And paradoxically enough, in a lot of the countries of Eastern Europe, which are even parts of the European Union, like the Czech, Slovakia, Bulgaria, is even lower. You mean interpersonal trust? You see, well, here it's kind of okay, but 30% is not a lot. But building upon this, I'd like to say that McKinsey Innovation Through Crisis Survey, spring 2020, it reports that 85% of global population is concerned that COVID-19 has a sustained influence on the needs of business and individuals throughout the next 5 years, and only 21% say that they believe that they can achieve new growth. And before we transition again to Professor Fukuyama, when we talk about the new leadership and wrap up our discussion, here's what I would like to draw attention to. Business has been hit very hard, especially creative business, has been seriously hit by the pandemic and will continue to suffer going forward. But the importance of leadership and communicating in teams and possibility to build new social capital and new partnership. 92% of people according to the Edelman Trust Barometer, in the summer of 2020, 92% of people will expect that the business leaders will stand on the ground of fighting poverty, respect diversity, and respect human rights. And 73% expect leadership and management will lead the company so that it influences the society in a positive way. Let's listen to another insight from Professor Fukuyama. З іншого боку, можуть бути і позитивні наслідки цієї пандемії. COVID-19 показав некомпетентне лідерство і зробив очевидним взаємозв'язок корупції та поганих результатів. Наприклад, Олександр Лукашенко заперечував реальність COVID-19.
It is very likely that the mass protests against his rule that have been taking place ever since he stole a national election in September are a direct result of this failure. By contrast, democratic politicians like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern have seen their popularity rise dramatically for their effective handling of COVID. In the latter case, Ardern's Liberal Party has won an absolute majority for the first time in the New Zealand Parliament. Across Europe, populists have been in decline since they do not seem to offer good alternatives for dealing with the crisis. It is not an accident that populist leaders like Trump, Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, and Mexico's Manuel Lopez Obrador have performed very poorly in the crisis. Populists rely on personal charisma to win votes, and for that reason do not want to be associated with bad news or to ask their citizens for sacrifices. They are good at manipulating facts and information and seem to have believed that they could fool their followers into believing that the disease didn't exist. One of the effects of COVID-19 has been to expose bad leadership and poor governance very ruthlessly, and one of the disease's consequences may then be to prick the populist bubble. Perhaps the biggest positive development resulting from COVID, however, will be the defeat of Donald Trump in the US election of November 3rd. At the beginning of 2020, Donald Trump was in a good position to win re-election for a second term. The US economy was seeing record low unemployment numbers and strong growth, despite the non-stop scandals coming out of the White House. This all changed with the administration's incompetent handling of the COVID-19 epidemic. From the start, Trump did not see the crisis as a public threat. Rather, he saw it as a personal threat to his chances for re-election, and every move he made subsequently was based on a calculation of his own narrow self-interest. As a result, the US suffered a second wave of infections over the summer and as well into a third wave of an epidemic that has never been successfully contained. Trump tried relentlessly to change the national conversation to urban crime and personal attacks on his opponent, Joe Biden, but in the end, it proved impossible to run away from his administration's terrible record in dealing with COVID-19. It could be then that the COVID epidemic will have the effect of pushing back the populist threat that many Western countries have witnessed in recent years. This will have big consequences for Ukraine, since President Trump was a friend of Vladimir Putin's Russia and has allied himself with some of the worst pro-Russian elements of Ukrainian politics. In broader ways, the pandemic may lay the groundwork for better societies. It has relentlessly exposed inequalities that exist between social classes who have access to jobs and healthcare and those that do not. It builds a case for new and creative approaches to building social safety nets and strong public services, since it is those countries with good state capacity that have done the best during the crisis. The COVID-19 epidemic has also underlined the importance of science and expertise in dealing with contemporary threats. In many countries, populist politicians have sought to override expert advice with their own preferences and have openly attacked experts as politically biased. It has become much more clear why it is important to protect competent officials from this kind of political manipulation. In the wake of government failures, the private sector has often stepped in to make up for these deficiencies. We see this occurring today in the area of vaccines, where there has been a huge international race going on to come up with the first effective one. We are seeing large amounts of money being invested in biomedical research, more generally, which will have positive spillover effects once we are past the epidemic. The epidemic has also underlined the importance of resilience, both for nations and for corporations operating global supply chains. In the previous version of globalization, there is an emphasis on maximum efficiency, which often led to excessive dependence on single countries like China. In the post-COVID world, there should be greater understanding of how nations need to protect themselves from the huge external shocks that will inevitably occur in the future. Finally, we are finding creative ways of organizing our personal lives. The COVID pandemic has forced much of the world to move online and to find alternatives to airplanes and in-person meetings. The sector in which I work, education, has seen virtually no improvements in productivity over the last 100 years, with professors continuing to meet with small groups of students in person. This has all changed dramatically in the past year as we have discovered new possibilities for connecting and learning. This too is something that will not change back to the old ways in the immediate aftermath of a crisis. So, crisis represents both threat and opportunity, and I think it's up to all of us to make sure that the opportunities are the ones that prevail in the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Dr. Fukuyama. We still have 10 minutes left, and I'd like to leave 1 more minute for closing remarks, but you have about 4 minutes each to say something important that you'd like to say to your audience, including the statespeople who are tuned in to our forum. Okay, 4 minutes. All I can do faster than that. Today we have talked about values, human values, in the context of national development and producing life scenarios of our country, and about why Ukraine is still cannot not only lead, but even join the middle ranks of international development. I think that, without a doubt, let's not talk about national accounts, but what happened in the last years, especially as a result of the direct aggression of the Russian Federation and our loss of territories and people and value. We are living between the hammer and the anvil, which doesn't bear positive results all the time, to put it mildly, but all of that is kind of behind the scenes. What I'd like to emphasize is the following. Without a doubt, if we want to take the European path, and that's an if, we need to live by European values, because otherwise it's impossible. I wouldn't like to say anything bad about China or Hong Kong or about India. These are different nations which follow their own path. And for them, it's probably more effective and more organic and more adaptive than the European way with its values. And it was the Indians who denied the idea of Human Development Index because they disagreed with the fact that their life started to be measured by European standards. And in this context, I'd like to say three things. First, there is no point in trying to change values, and especially change them quickly for the entire population. First of all, that's impossible, and second of all, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary because not the entire country forms the vector for development, but a certain minority of people, I wouldn't say elite, but a certain group of people who are passionate, creative, and productive. And second of all, if we look at the dynamic of the survey that we mentioned many times, I'm interested in a particular thing. Like, why does state and civilization exist is so that to ensure the happiness of the largest number of people as large number of people as possible. The dynamics of between 2011 and 2012 is plus 10% of people started considering themselves happy in Ukraine.
And we're actually running in that direction. Nobody can catch up. But there's a different question. What kind of values we should pursue? Are we sure that we know what these values should look like? What values are natural for Ukrainians? When we talked about culture, I just had the memory from my childhood, because culture is inherited from our parents. And I just want to say in that context that I just want to reiterate that 78% of Ukrainians, think about it, 78% of Ukrainians feel happy. Maybe people don't have the right attitude to democracy, but happiness is something universal. Thank you. Volodymyr, your 4 minutes. I just want to finish on a positive note, because we started talking about happiness. If we compare Ukraine with other countries, yeah, there are different happiness indexes, and Ukraine is somewhere in the bottom. But the difference is very little. We have less people saying that they are very happy compared to the Danes and the Swedes. And I think what's positive, no society is better or worse than the others. So this messianic stance, we should get rid of it. And there are a lot of benefits that we have. And our benefit is adaptivity. And we talked about it. Because this is what makes us different from others, and we should be very calm about that. Because I think that other societies, they are, can say, hysterical about the whole thing. And we look at the future in a more optimistic way compared to other societies, because we are sure that our history is so screwed up. And it makes us different from other developed societies where people think that they are, doing worse than their parents. Yeah, actually, in our country, a lot of people said, 58% of people said they are doing better than their parents. And a lot of people, both totalitarian and democratic countries, they're pretty nostalgic about their past. And we're not really. And we're pretty optimistic about our future. And I wanted to stop here to finish on the positive note. We should build on that. So it's like a optimist versus optimist, where pessimist says that it's not going to get worse, and optimist says, no, it can't. I just want to remind you the concepts that can help us be resilient. Just let me share that ideas. And culture is a sphere and a tool of creating social competencies. The better these competencies are, the more effective we are. We can embrace different cultural context, and it gives us a possibility to study. Culture is a tool to provide voice to those that are silent or that can't talk in other spheres. It's inclusiveness. It works for wider social communication, and it's very important in the society. Culture is a space of creating senses, and a space where we can test different life scenarios. It's a way to implement our ideas. And thank you for a good conversation. I wish you fruitful work. Thank you. Thank you so much for that nice conversation. It's a very good news that 87% say that they feel happy. It really makes me optimistic. And whatever we say here, we all want to be happy at the end of the day. And of course, healthy. So stay healthy. Thank you for this panel discussion. It was very interesting. We have a lecture from Luigi Sacco, and while Mr. Sacco is preparing his lecture, and we have a conversation with Yegor. Yegor, are you here? Do you have any interesting people to talk to? Yeah, thank you. I'm waiting for Natalia Krivda in my green room. It's actually my favorite professor on the philosophy department in the university. And I'm thankful to her. I just want to welcome Ella Ivanova. I hope she hears us, because we fail to understand who we are, how we change. We should not be afraid of talking to the mass audience. Millions of people are listening to us. Do not be afraid that somebody will not understand you. So please come to our morning show on the 1+1 channel, and we have Natalia Krivda. I hope that you heard my invitation. We still have a couple of minutes, and we switch to a different panel. Welcome, Natalia Krivda. So once again, she's my favorite professor, and thanks to her, I I worked, I had a lot of inspiration for work and studies on the first year. So, yeah, there's a myth in for France, croissants, romance. Oh, it's Germany, it's punctuality, it's preciseness. What is Ukrainian myth? Let's distinguish between stereotypes, national stereotypes, and myths that can be ideological basis that work as a basis for forming of our identity. We have 2 minutes. Okay, Ukraine needs to create a communication space, and we are on a crossroads of different countries, north and south, east and west. And this ability to build a dialogue and a polylogue of different parties and should lead to the situation where we can become a communication hub. So we can't really communicate among ourselves. Well, we're learning. You should aim for the stars. Even if you fail to do that, you're still among the stars. It's an old Scottish proverb. There are a lot of people who are watching us. What is the best association for Ukraine? Well, Ukraine, it's a communication hub. It's hospitality, creativity, ability to understand others, tolerance, and ability to listen through our historical paradigm, through different cultural practices, languages. We are ready to embrace others, to form a friendly environment. Amen to that. And I just thought that you are in that rational field, and it's going to become reality. Yeah, we're building future through that vision. Okay, I'm giving the floor to Kathy. Thank you, Yegor. I didn't know that you're graduated from university as a philosopher. And now I understand why you are interested in a lot of stuff, not just TV stuff. So you're a very keen journalist. So we already have our next speaker, and we're having a lecture from Luigi Sacco. He's here, he's online, he's a senior advisor of the Venetian office on the he's working in Milano University. He's working in MedLab, Luigi Sacco, and his lecture is about forecast on the further development of creative economy. So you can leave your questions in a chat bot, and Mr. Sacco, right after his lecture, will read them and give his answers. Use the QR code on the screen and leave your answers.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really nice to see you in a good mood. Hello.
For what is possible in this difficult moment.
Yeah, that's true. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me in this very important meeting. I really see that Ukraine, in a moment difficult like this, convening such an important platform for the creative economy is already a very big signal of how important the cultural and creative sectors can be in the Ukrainian policy debate today. And this is in itself already a very, very interesting fact. So what I will reflect with you today about is the impact that the current crisis is having on the cultural and creative sectors. And we will have to distinguish two different perspectives. One that has to do with the short term and one that has to do with the long term. Because clearly these two perspectives have different implications, although of course very related to one another. In the short term, clearly what we have in mind is how to cope with the disruption that the cultural and creative sectors are experimenting as a consequence of the pandemic crisis. But in the long term, this also means trying to understand what will be the future organization of the cultural and creative sectors that could probably be very different from the one that we have been accustomed to think of, but not necessarily only for bad. There could also be some interesting evolutions that are already materializing that clearly also require some vision and some strategic leadership at country levels to take advantage of the new opportunities. So let's start first from a picture of what's going on today and what have been the reactions of, for example, different cities or different governments in tackling the consequences of the current pandemic crisis. First of all, it's clear that the pandemic has affected culture heavily. And there are, of course, many reasons for this. The pandemic has affected every economic sector we can think of. But in particular, there are clearly some parts of the cultural and creative sector that are affected by the simple fact that people cannot access anymore, for example, cultural institutions like museums, cannot participate to live events. And this is in itself, of course, a huge disruption. On the other hand, it's also part of the creative sector, those digital platforms, for example, that are streaming content. And for these platforms, of course, the streaming of content and also of paid content, the demand for it has dramatically increased over the past few months, which means that there are also other parts of the creative sectors that are even experimenting a boost, for example, in their business as a consequence of the pandemic itself. So when we speak generally of the creative sector, also in terms of short-term implications, we have to distinguish different parts of those sectors. But let's start first from the ones that have been affected the most. It's clear that one of the characteristics that makes particularly painful to tackle a crisis like this in cultural and creative sectors is the fact that these sectors are very fragmented. What does this mean? It means that there are, of course, large institutions and large companies, but we know that the cultural and creative sectors, to a very large extent, are also made up by very small firms or even micro firms and freelancers, professionals, individual professionals. And for these people, the income basically depends on the fact of being able on a day-to-day or a month-to-month basis, being able to, let's say, have orders and of course to have specific contracts to live on. And in the pandemic crisis, for most of these people, there has been a dramatic drop in the level of professional engagement for freelancers, and of course of income possibilities for micro and small firms. The difference in this case between a large organization or even a company, think for example of a, let's say, a theater or a museum that have public funds, and let's say a private theater and a private museum, to make a difference, maybe also smaller, is that of course the first ones also suffer a lot in terms of reduction of income streams, but they have a wider buffer. They can stand the crisis for longer with respect to institutions that really need the day-to-day income of resources to really be able to stand up. So what is the consequence of this? The consequence of this is that we are not only experimenting temporary closures, but in many cases, these temporary closures could easily become permanent. It could be that the institutions that cannot rely on public money or do not receive economic support, economic transfers quickly enough, are really at risk of not reopening at all. And this, of course, it's even more serious for small businesses and private freelancers that just to survive could be in turn induced to, let's say, close shop or, for example, in the case of private freelancers, to go for other kinds of, let's say, professional markets outside the culture and creative industries. But this disruption, of course, is not affecting only the private freelancers or the small companies, because all these people are part of value chains that also provide services and inputs for the large institutions. So this disruption is really likely to cause a major reshifting, a major restructuring of the culture and creative economies, not only from the point of view of the most fragile part of the sector, but also in terms of the capacity of functioning of the larger institutions. So there have been some early estimates from this point of view. For example, the City of London, which has a very, very important share of cultural and creative sectors in the turnout of the city, where more or less 1 out of 6 jobs is related to the culture and creative industry, is already projecting massive disruptions and really loss of, let's say, dozens, thousands job losses for the next few months. And this really means that in the medium term, there could be the impossibility to bounce back to the normal functioning, even if the pandemic crisis is solved, if there is not an immediate support for these particular sectors. What has been the consequence? Of course, I'm speaking of London, but we could make a similar kind of consideration for any major city today whose local economy relies heavily on culture and creative sectors. So there have been, of course, immediate interventions. London has been one of the first to move in this direction, but also Berlin, for example, or Paris have distinguished themselves in terms of immediate relief packages. It's interesting to remark, though, that the criteria for these packages have been different from city to city. For example, in the case of London, they have been targeting some specific subsectors that are seen as the most fragile fringes that are, however, indispensable to maintain the cultural diversity. So this has, for example, to do with alternative cultural venues or LGBTQ venues, or venues that work on live performances and that are generally not supported by public monies. So there has been a specific identification of certain fragile sectors. In other cases, like Berlin, there has been a sort of unconditional support for every kind of business that was involved in the cultural and creative sectors, provided that they had, let's say, a minimal number of permanent employees, which means that they are small companies or even single freelancers, and that they can have an immediate money relief that is also renewable at fixed dates. For example, every 6 months for the smaller businesses, every 3 months for the slightly bigger businesses. So these two philosophies are different. So in one case, we identify some specific sectors that are particularly fragile, and we support those sectors. In other cases, we just try to support whoever, because we don't really understand who is really in trouble in this situation and who is not. Both approaches, of course, have their pros and cons. In the first case, we ensure that certain subsectors, if not survive, have higher chances of surviving. In the other case, instead, we really recognize that we are not really able to map the complexity of the culture and creative sectors, and we propose the widest possible buffer, but at the same time with the risk, of course, of having a very fragmented support that is probably not making a difference for any specific subsector unless there is really a huge input of money for a relatively long time. So what we have to expect for the next few months is that irrespectively of the level of support, irrespectively of how much money is put in, we will see that part of the local culture and creative sectors as we know them now, and we are speaking about, in this case, the biggest cities where probably also the amount of resources that can be devoted is bigger. So even more for relatively smaller cities or, let's say, more marginal regions and territories. So we have to expect that a relevant part of this is gone forever. So there is, at least in the medium short term, a really shocking situation to tackle. So how can we profit in the sense of promoting the public interest, not in the sense of making profits out of this, but how can we promote, let's say, new opportunities as a consequence of this disruption? Well, it's important to also put this in a historical perspective. To make an example, although of course it's very painful seeing parts of our economies, creative economies being disrupted, and really, I mean, good professionals suffering from this. At the same time, it's also important to recognize that in historical perspectives, large moments of disruptions, like the one that we are experimenting today, have often paved the way to radical innovation, which of course has been painful, but also extremely transformational. Think, for example, of what happened in Europe with the Black Plague in the 14th century. Let's say in 1348, for example, a city like Florence was struck basically by the biggest plague in centuries. And throughout Italy and throughout Europe, this really wiped away almost half of the total population. But as a consequence of this huge disruption, there were, let's say, new spaces for reconstruction opened that, for example, in the case of Italy, planted the seeds of the Renaissance. I'm not saying that by definition a plague is opening the way to, let's say, necessarily cultural flourishing in what comes after. But historically, these kind of examples are important for us to be reminded that the fact that the status quo is turned upside down also constitutes an incredible opportunity to rethink things differently, and also to create new opportunities, especially for the younger generations to take over and to explore, to break new ground, and in ways that can make culture also a leading sector in terms of the new waves of innovation and economic and social reconstruction that will follow up after the plague, after the pandemic, once this is under control. And what we are learning now, for example, also in terms of the availability of vaccines and antibodies, and so the possibility of containing the effects of the current situation within the next year, let's say, having a sort of return, if not to normality, at least to lifting the major restrictions, social restrictions that we experiment today by the end of next year, which is the most optimistic scenario that we have. This is no longer a chimera. This is something that is achievable. So this really means that starting from 2022, we could really have the beginning of a new cycle, and getting prepared to this is of extreme importance from this point of view. So we have already seen, for example, as I said, that whereas, for example, museums or live performances have been heavily disrupted by the current crisis because simply the public cannot go there, there has been also already some attempt at new experimentation in this regard. For example, many museums are experimenting today with digital forms of access and contact with their audiences, but not only the traditional audiences, also inviting new audiences into the conversation. And this is, of course, relatively new, because always there has been an interest, of course, of museums in expanding, for example, their digital sphere, but not necessarily this has implied really the capacity to invest and to engage people through this particular channel, apart from a few very innovative museums. But this today is, for example, becoming a very serious option. And clearly, however, the point is that exactly in the same moment in which we are complaining because we don't have enough resources to just make the businesses sustainable, we are also being faced with the new dilemma that we should invest substantial resources to upgrade, to improve the technological background that enables us to, for example, reach out digitally to old and new audiences. But this is also part of how to use strategically the relief funds that are arriving not only at the national level, but for example, also through international channels. Europe, as we know, is already putting together very important relief packages, and I think that it would be extremely wise for Europe not only to limit their support to the member states, but also to engage in an innovative dialogue in this respect with countries like, for example, the Eastern Partnership countries of which Ukraine is part, that I think are absolutely important, vital to support this new innovation cycle that Europe is starting in the culture and creative industries. So in this particular regard, of course, what's happening today is not something that comes out of the blue. So technological innovation in museums was already existing before the pandemic, but the consequence of the pandemic has been an acceleration, a dramatic acceleration of the trend of introduction and innovation, which means in particular there are certain technologies that were already slated for, let's say, the next wave of technological development, like, for example, artificial intelligence or like augmented or enhanced reality, now become part of an urgent policy menu, for example, for the next development of experience platforms for museums, for theaters, for live shows, and so on and so forth. What is the main issue from this point of view? The main issue is, of course, that for sustainability, we need to make this content at least partly paywalled. We have, of course, visitors to pay for it as a consequence of the, let's say, the sustainability constraints that every cultural institution faces. And the point is that whereas people are accustomed today to pay for live performances, people are less accustomed to pay for digital access. Nevertheless, digital access is quickly becoming, for many people, a sphere increasingly familiar in many domains. Think, for example, of the dramatic boost that, of course, online commerce has had as a consequence of the pandemic. So lots of people who previously did not really consider, for example, ordering a pair of shoes or, let's say, even food online, today are increasingly seeing this as a sort of new normal. So if this happens for online commerce, it can also happen, at least in part, for online access to cultural experiences and opportunities. However, we should not see these opportunities as a dramatic alternative to live access and to live performance. It's quite the contrary. It's more like that they are complementary. And they are complementary in interesting ways. Just to make an example, think, for example, of visiting a museum. Visiting a museum is something that for most people is very challenging because the museum is a space that to be effectively, let's say, experienced with satisfaction for visitors needs a lot of knowledge. When you go to a museum, it's very difficult to make sense of what happens there. Even the biggest museums, let's say the Vatican museums or the Louvre, or let's say the Tate Gallery, you go there, it's full of masterpieces, but how can you orientate yourself? You are so overwhelmed by the many different opportunities that you have to admire different pictures that in the end, you just quickly go through them in ways that are often very confusing. For example, the visitor studies data show us that on average, even in front of masterpieces, most people stay there for less than 1 second, because there are, in a big museum, there are so many that for people it's simply difficult to fix attention on anything. So already before the pandemic crisis, for example, museums and cultural institutions were already facing a problem that has to do with, let's say, the economy of attention of visitors. How can this crisis help solve this problem in innovative ways? For example, we can start using digital platforms to give people the opportunity to explore museums from home And exploring museum from home means that, for example, you don't need to fix attention of all the paintings in a room, or just go through them because you have only 2 hours before the museum closes and so on and so forth. You can do this really 24/7, wherever you are and at whatever time. And you can have also all the information and the support to really understand, for example, how that specific painting from that specific author relates to other paintings from other authors. When we have a digital ecosystem that we can use, for example, to orientate the attitudes of people, we can make the difference when these very people come to the museum physically at last with a completely different attitude and with a completely different, let's say, confidence of the particular artworks that they have already familiarized with online, with a huge difference in terms, for example, not only of visitor patterns, but also visitor satisfaction. So what I'm saying is that using the digital as a experimental platform to improve the familiarity, the confidence of people with cultural experiences, we can also rebuild a completely different attitude of people when people will be able again to visit physically those very same places, but with a different attitude because they had an opportunity to build, let's say, familiarity and confidence with respect to this particular cultural experience spheres. But think, for example, of live performances. Live performances, of course, are good because they are live. You go there and there is a lot of people, let's say a music concert, everybody is excited about that. And this excitement is part of the show. You want to be there live rather than, let's say, listening to it on a CD, or a live streaming, because of course you are willing to be part of this excitement. But the digital, from the point of view of live performance, of course, offers also different possibilities, because in a live performance, for example, the quality of the sound is necessarily bad because you are in big environments with lots of people screaming, and not necessarily you are in the right position to really see the stage or really listen to the music with high quality. But if you imagine, for example, live performances that are designed from the very beginning to be streamed rather than to be enjoyed live, again, you have another very, very interesting potential market. Just to make an example, some of the most important K-pop bands today, so the South Korean bands that today are in some sense the global sensation in terms of the new wave of pop fashion. For example, one of the biggest bands, BTS, that is today becoming really one of the top players in the pop universe globally, they have designed a concert that was entirely meant for the digital platform, and they had an incredibly big audience just from everywhere in the world simultaneously, thanks to the fact that, of course, not being confined to a specific physical space and a specific time zone, they could really reach out to a level of public and paying public, so people willing to pay for this particular kind of show that was absolutely beyond the traditional live business perspective. So what I'm meaning is that clearly there are new possibilities that are being created, but the real point, as we said, is investment. It's to really take advantage of these opportunities, we need resources. And what is important in this regard is not only to support, let's say, the big organizations and the big business. I think that especially from the point of view of cultural policy, what is important is to consider also the role that the small businesses could have in developing new ideas, new formats, new business models. If we think of the wave of innovation that has been related to the flourishing of the Silicon Valley, at the beginning, the Silicon Valley was made by very small companies, as we know, the usual startup dynamics, and this created basically the digital economy that we have today. I think that there is a similar exciting opportunity in creating the digital creative economy of tomorrow, because there is a huge space from this point of view. We have basically built business models and formats that are still very much related to, let's say, 20th century forms of cultural experience. But the 21st century will be different, inevitably, because of course the attitudes of people are different, because digital natives have different views and different criteria and tastes than the older generations. And the fact that the pandemic crisis is accelerating this change is also creating huge opportunities. So one policy implication of what I'm saying is that, in my opinion, for example, there should be targeted support and targeted investment for the most dynamic, new, not necessarily young anagraphically, although of course being young in some sense is also making things easier, because as a youngster you understand better what are the new trends, for example, of global demand for creative content. But it's very important to target small innovative companies that can provide new formats, that can develop new business models. So this, I think, is one first very important implication. But there is also another important implication. So far, we have been reasoning about what we could call the entertainment economy. But what we are learning from the crisis, and what we were already learning before the crisis broke out, is that culture is shifting, or better, rather than shifting, is widening its role beyond what is generally considered the entertainment economy. There are today new trends that, again, have been accelerated by the pandemic that should be considered medium, long-term opportunities, and in some cases even short-term ones. For example, what has been clear during the pandemic is that lockdowns and restrictions to social activity have been a huge shock for many people from the psychological point of view, from the mental health point of view. And we know already that we have a mental health crisis as a consequence of the pandemic crisis that we will have to cope with in the next few years. And this is all over the world. But the point is that for many people, and by the way, we have also some preliminary data that seem to confirm this, but for many people, access to cultural opportunities, even online, has been in some cases, in some sense, a mental lifesaver. For many people, maintaining your mental sanity with the possibility, for example, of, let's say, visiting museums or online, or listening to stream music and so on and so forth, has been really, really important to preserve, let's say, their mental integrity. Well, this is not a new discovery, because it's now more than 20 years that a huge amount of research is being devoted to analyzing the relationships between cultural access, cultural participation, health and well-being. And this particular line of research has been recognized by the European Commission itself in the fundamental groundbreaking document that is the new European Agenda for Culture, published in 2018, where the relationship between culture, health, and well-being, together with the relationship between culture and social cohesion, culture and innovation, and culture and education, have been singled out as the pillars of the future cultural policy of the European Union. What I mean by this is that there is today a huge opportunity to explore new possibilities for cultural professionals and cultural companies that have to do not only with the entertainment economy as it is traditionally intended, but also with fields like, for example, addressing issues of social isolation or, let's say, cognitive decay. For example, there is today a huge amount of practice, not only of research, but practice and direct involvement, for example, of cultural organizations in, for example, using dance or social theater in treating Parkinson's disease or Alzheimer's disease, or in many cases, not necessarily treating diseases, but also working on prevention, for example, or active aging, or in some cases, just in favoring through social connectedness, not only the mental sanity, but as we know today, the physical health of people, because being socially connected has very, very important consequences, for example, on our own health parameters. So as a consequence of this, for example, there are hospitals that today are starting new programs that involve directly cultural players into the treatment of complementary treatment, of course, of specific diseases. For example, in Italy, one of the most important bank foundations in the country, so foundations that have basically by their statute, the mandatory goal of supporting innovative cultural initiatives are today one of these foundations. The Compagnia di San Paolo in Turin is, for example, starting a visionary innovative program in supporting theaters or museums to receive funds to launch new experimental programs which have a direct impact on the health and well-being of specific categories. Could be children, could be elderly people, could be people with specific pathologies, and so on and so forth. In another Italian city, in Trento, we are launching a new cultural center. And in this cultural center, there will be a section that is entirely devoted, for example, to the culture and health relationship. And in this particular case, there is also a deal in process with the local public health department, such that if we are able to prove that by systematically engaging, for example, elderly people from the city and the territory, the level of medicalization and hospitalization of these people decreases, we receive a grant from the public health department, because in some sense we are saving their costs, and we can use these very same resources to make people feel much better, much happier through cultural experiences and not being confined in a hospital. So you really understand that this opens up new possibilities and also new professional avenues, for example, that are not only fulfilling because you are improving the quality of life of other people, but also probably professionally and financially fulfilling, because of course we are tackling new needs that are increasingly felt by the society, and this pandemic scenario is only likely to increase the demand for this kind of services. But we should also consider issues like cultural participation as a platform for improving the competitiveness and innovation capacity of a country. So just to make an example, accessing cultural exhibitions is, for example, contemporary art exhibitions. For many people, this is very challenging and even irritating. They are facing, let's say, art installations that they don't understand, that seem also ridiculous because it's something like, an object put there or put here, and one says, okay, everybody could do this, so what's the matter? So, generally there are not so positive reactions from people who are not trained or accustomed to visit art exhibitions. But the point is that once you are put in the position of really understanding what is going on, for example, through laboratories where people really have the possibility to put themselves in the artist's shoes and understanding what is the process, the creative process that leads to a certain result, as a consequence of this, people get much more satisfied from visiting these exhibitions. But what is the consequence at the social level? It is familiarizing with uncommon ideas, with unfamiliar ideas. And once you learn to do this in the contemporary art space, once you go back to your traditional professional space, also outside the cultural and creative industries, for example, you are a bank officer and you have to decide about a loan to a young entrepreneur. If you are scared by new ideas, if the new entrepreneur comes to you with a strange idea, it's a no-go. No, please, I don't want to listen to you. This is strange, I don't know what it is, I cannot give you a loan. But if we familiarize with new ideas, for example, we are also willing to give a chance to real innovation when it shows up. And for the performance of a country, from the point of view of facilitating innovation and so becoming more competitive, this makes a huge difference. So again, for example, an active role of cultural professionals in companies and organizations to accelerate innovation processes, especially in a moment like this, in which we have to rebuild our own economy, could be transformational again. So it's extremely important that in tackling the crisis, we do not simply consider, let's say, the fundamental, indispensable issue of supporting existing organizations and businesses, but also creating the conditions for opening up new cycles of innovation that are related to the new role that culture will acquire in the post-pandemic scenario. And this, just to sum up what we have said, has to do with different things. The first aspect is the evolution of the entertainment economy itself. So the entertainment economy will change, and the digital will become increasingly important. This will create also new space for new business models, but also new space for new countries, because think, for example, of Europe. Generally, you know, the main cultural attractors in Europe have been the big cities, again, like Paris, Rome, or Berlin, or London. But in an economy in which digital access is possible, there can also be an exciting transformation of cultural geography. I already mentioned South Korea. Let's say 15 years ago, South Korea was absolutely marginal in the global geography of culture and creativity. Today is one of the top players. This has always been due to the fact that, for example, through the digital platforms, Korean cultural and creative products have spread over the world, even if people were not visiting Korean institutions directly. So this means that, for example, for countries like Ukraine, for many countries that today already have a thriving culture and creative sector, this could open new opportunities. So first point, the evolution of the entertainment economy itself, and not only the disruption, but also the new possibilities that this opens up. The second point is the widening scope of cultural and creative participation, not only in the traditional fields, but also in the new fields that have to do with social impact. So the impact on health, where demand, let's say, for new support and new services will increase inevitably in the post-pandemic scenario. The role of culture, for example, in, let's say, tightening social cohesion in a moment in which, of course, again, as a consequence of the pandemic crisis, there is a huge issue of division and controversy and polarization. And again, joint participation to cultural events is one of the best ways to create a sense of community. And we have, again, plenty of evidence from this point of view, but also the new challenges of innovating through cultural participation by making people familiarized with new ideas, or innovating also in terms of educational platforms, because, for example, the development of the digital platforms of today is creating new possibilities of cross-contamination between the cultural sectors and the educational sector. So we really face a difficult moment, but we also face an exciting moment from the point of view of the innovation possibilities. And it's very important at this point to make choices, because, as I said, it's a matter of resources. And part of these resources inevitably have to be public resources. So we have to make a choice. Of course, not all sectors can be supported in the same way. Generally, cultural sectors are the first to be cut when there is a crisis, because policymakers don't understand really the potential and implication of culture in generating economic and social value. But never like now, there is a clear perspective that culture can contribute to a new cycle of innovation in radically new ways. And Europe in particular is recognizing this. Not incidentally, we know that in this policy cycle that starts now, the first kick, the first knowledge and innovation community that Europe is developing as the vanguard of the future economy is devoted to culture and creative industry. And this is really a sea change, because the kicks that were launched, for example, by the European Commission before had to do with more obvious examples like digital, like energy, or like raw materials, or like urban mobility. The fact that the culture and creative industries now become a strategic focus for Europe for the next few years shows very clearly that there is a new understanding, a new perception of the potential of culture. So I want to close this talk with a note of optimism, despite the pain, despite the difficulties that we are facing and that we'll still have to face in the coming months. I think that there is also for the cultural and creative sector a huge opportunity to count much more, to make a difference also for the future of our economies and our societies. And from this point of view, I think that it's extremely important that policymakers and the public sectors understand the potential that lies ahead. But the very fact that a conference like this is organized now in Ukraine make me at least optimistic about the fact that this is felt as a sector that should require attention in a moment like this. So this is what I wanted to say in my 45 minutes, I think, have elapsed. But I also received very interesting questions. And so I will now read and then briefly answer to the questions that I received one by one. So the first question was, UNCTAD, the Creative Economy Report 2010, claims that in times of crisis, 2008 creative industries were flexible enough to survive the economic turmoil. In 2008, despite the 12% decline in global trade, world trade of creative goods and services continued its expansion, reaching $592 billion and reflecting an annual growth rate of 14% during the period 2002-2008. However, the global COVID crisis 2020 hit creative industries unprecedentedly. Not only is it an economic crisis, but also a medical one, which isolates people and makes it impossible a social spirit of culture. Do you think that there is still a chance for creative industries to be as adaptive to crisis 2020 as they were during the crisis 2008? So this is a wonderful question, and thank you for asking this. Also on the basis of what I already said, this is a different crisis. Because in 2008, the problem was an economic downturn, but the social organization was basically unaffected by this. So we still had the possibility to go to concerts, to go to museums, and to do, business as usual from the point of view of all kinds of culture and creative sector. The same was true with cinemas, and of course with bookshops, and so on and so forth. Now this new situation is much more challenging than 2008. So the fact that we have been able to be resilient to the 2008 crisis does not imply the same will happen for 2020. Because in the case of 2020, we need to be much more innovative for the reasons that I just explained. It's not just a matter of, let's say, reacting to an economic crisis. It's a matter of reinventing ourselves. It's a matter of opening up new spaces, developing new models and formats, and also creating a new dialogue with people, inviting more people into the conversation, and also changing the habits of people in terms of paying for contents that are not only delivered physically, but sometimes also digitally. So this is a big challenge. This challenge affects all sectors, but I think that in particular, the capacity that the cultural sector will have to be innovative for this challenge will also inspire sectors that are non-cultural. Because in some sense, all parts of the experience economy, not only the cultural and creative ones, are going to be affected by this. So a second question, the pandemic demonstrated that it is the real, tactile, tangible, material nature of creative industries that people value and miss the most and are ready to pay for: movie theaters, live music, concerts, and so on. How is this observation consistent with the digital economy the world and creative industries in particular are approaching? How is it possible to preserve this unique participative aspect of culture in the new digital era? Well, as I said, it's true, of course, and for very good reasons, that people appreciate the physical part. But we should not at all think in terms of a contraposition between the physical and the digital. The physical can support the digital, and the digital can support the physical. And even without the pandemic, we were already moving towards an experience economy in which hybrid forms of physical, digital combined were already prevailing. For example, we have not experimented this yet, but many social media platforms are starting very complex and massive experiments, for example, with augmented reality, because they understand that, let's say, social media 10 years from now will be completely different from what we experience today. For example, Facebook, that is today basically serving a customer base that is not made of young people anymore, that is made by middle-aged or mature people. If they want to renovate radically, they have, for example, to experiment with a complete upgrade of the kind of experience that they provide. And this will have to do with augmented reality for sure, and also with other technologies that are today in the developing phase. What is the consequence of this? The consequence is that if we still keep on thinking in terms of the contraposition between physical and digital, we are looking backwards. The future that we are directed to is a future where we are creating hybrid spaces. So the most successful and vibrant the contamination between the physical and the digital for all kinds of cultural institutions, the more they will be able to engage people in the future. And even if people now cannot tell you that they want this, because you never want something before you have realized that you can have it. But once they will have the opportunity to experiment with these new hybrid platforms, they will, of course, ask for them. So it's very important to move strategically and be one step ahead of the demand from this point of view and start reasoning today in terms of this contamination. This does not mean necessarily that you have to spend enormous amounts of money. Sometimes this technological innovation can be also relatively cheap if it is ingenious. So highly innovative ways of using today digital possibilities can also be relatively cheap if you have very good ideas behind. But of course, this means that some amount of investment is necessary anyway. And this is why I stress so much the role of the public sector in driving this kind of innovation. Also, of course, in a strategic partnership with the private sectors that in cultural creative sectors and in the digital economy are interested in the development of these new markets and new spaces. Not necessarily all content must be paid content, but certainly a part of it will have to be. Social turmoil is always accompanied by changes in culture. The Dadaist art movement developed in reaction to World War I, arts and craft movement and Art Nouveau originated as a response to the Industrial Revolution. What movements in arts and culture and even economy you foresee COVID pandemic may cause or have already caused? So again, there is something that is already happening, and the COVID is not causing new things, but accelerating already ongoing processes. What we have been observing today with the development of the digital economy and the digital platforms for content is in some sense the consequence of a social change that happened after the Second World War, which is the emergence of the new cultural economy of subcultures. So we no longer live in a world in which all people like the same things. There are very different cultural bubbles, and people live in different bubbles and have different tastes. And the really interesting thing is that when you live in your own cultural bubble, you are also spontaneously moved to contribute with your own content, with your own view. For example, if you are part of a small club of people who like, let's say, grunge music, for example, your ideas, your opinions, or let's say your remix or your mashup of this kind of material matters because there is a relatively small number of people who have your own same interests that want to share with you and vice versa. So the explosion of subcultures create a natural movement from people becoming no longer only a passive audience, but more and more creators of content. So the digital revolution, from the point of view of content creation and sharing through social media, has been simply the technological implementation of a social change that was already happening as a consequence of a long-term social movement in which people can want to be directly involved in the creation of content. So what is the long-term perspective that the COVID is accelerating? The fact that people will not only start to share their own content like a sort of personal TV, as it's happening today, but because of the pandemic crisis, people will feel more and more the necessity to connect socially to other people because it's this social connection that has been precluded in the current phase. So what will be the consequence of this from the point of view of the culture and creative fields? Co-creation. People will start more and more to devise ways of creating content together, not simply broadcasting their own content as they had their personal TV on the social media. This is a long-term process. We are just at the beginning of this, but this will be the future. So people will connect socially through culture much more, and this will have to do not only in terms of sharing interests, but really in terms of doing things together. So in the future, we will have also through the social platforms, the possibilities, let's say, of, let's just imagine, but of course it will be much more complex and probably more interesting. But if we can just give an example of collective films or collective novels generated by many different people at the same time as a way to engage with each other, to socially connect to other people. So this is a new world, is an extremely interesting one that we today can only just envision very, very roughly. exactly like, of course, at the beginning of the 20th century would have been difficult to imagine what has become, let's say, cinema or modern television. But so, without really being able to imagine how will this look like, let's say, in 50 years, but this is the momentum that is now accelerating, and it's a momentum that has to do with social connection through culture. And this, again, is something exciting to explore also in terms of the social impact of cultural participation. So, fourth question, we have two more. Which tools of cultural heritage monetization are used in Italy? How they can be reconsidered during the pandemic? What is the share of cultural heritage in Italy's cultural economy? Okay, this is interesting because Italy has been obsessed with monetizing cultural heritage. But what I can tell you is that this monetization is not necessarily the best way to create value through it. Because, monetization means that you are confining basically your attention to paying customers. Think of places like Venice. Venice has been the example of a monetization of heritage. But what is the consequence of this? Cruise ships going through the lagoon at, let's say, inches from San Marco Square. Is this what we want? Is this the kind of monetization of heritage that really makes the difference for a local economy? Maybe in the short term, it's rewarding, but what happens is that you destroy your heritage. So we have to consider different ways. So it's not just thinking in terms of monetization. And of course, you can develop models in which you can make museums more efficient. For example, Italy had this revolution in administrative terms, in terms of creating, let's say, private administered, independently administered museums. The most important museums today in Italy have developed some independent administrative models that, of course, are very useful to implement a more managerial orientation and a more efficient management of the museum structure. But again, it's not that this has been made mainly to improve necessarily the income stream for the income stream's sake. It's more like creating a museum that is more able to react quickly and flexibly to new challenges. So the point is that the heritage is very much about, for example, making people feel more connected. And through this, for example, creating social value. For example, visiting cultural heritage sites, we have seen from our own research, dramatically decreases levels of stress, for example, level of salivary cortisol in saliva. And as a consequence of this, if we make heritage more accessible rather than less accessible, maybe we are improving the public health in ways that make us save more money that we can raise from, let's say, a hard monetization through focusing on paying customers only. So it's very important to consider the fact that, especially in sectors that are not industrially organized like heritage, it's very important, of course, to make management more efficient, but not necessarily maximizing revenue is the best way to create social and even economic value out of that. And finally, could you please name some bright projects on industrial revitalization in Italy? How do you measure this effectiveness? Well, that would be a long story. But in Italy, there have been really, really interesting cases in which arts and culture have been used to completely reinvent, for example, even manufacturing. There are medium-sized companies in Italy that, for example, have made a very, very creative use of artistic interventions, for example, to develop new lines of products, for example, in the textile sector or in the kitchen apparel sector. I don't really have the time to elaborate on this because my time is up, I see, but really there are interesting possibilities from this point of view, and I invite you from this point of view also to browse a bit some realities in Italy, like, for example, the Bonotto company. That is a textile company that is doing an incredible work from this point of view in terms of, again, using even conceptual art as a basis for becoming more competitive in the textile industry, or industries like Elica that are using contemporary artist interventions in the plant, really working with factory workers to develop a better attitude towards, for example, more technological or design patents in very, very competitive markets like kitchen apparel. So there are really plenty of possibilities from this point of view. Italy has been a beacon of innovation, not the only one, but again, this gives us some positive hope that also this crisis is a stimulus for us to innovate better and more systematically, and especially to rethink the role of culture in the functioning of our economies and societies. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I hope you hear us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's too hard now, time for communication. So thanks for this opportunity to hear you. And I hope you have big audience in Ukraine and not only in Ukraine. Thank you very much. And це був Pierluigi Sacco. Ми чули його.
This was Pierluigi Sacco, whose hour-long lecture we have just listened now. And this was the story of creative economy. This was about what models we can adopt. It was a very interesting story because everything is so diverse in very different countries and very different traditions. But some details we can definitely take advantage of. But next we are going to have a new option, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are going to break off into parallel sectors, which means you can virtually attend several sectors, not in parallel, of course. You can focus on one which you like. So a cinema industry, fashion, creative industry, and the Europe House sector and the UCF sector, which we discussed in the main panels. So they start at 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Each sector has its own link, and you go there, you follow the link, and these links are found in the invitation letter or the Forbes Vision page at Facebook. Regardless of which sector you choose to attend, all of your questions needs to be sent to the single chat bot of the forum. We are going to classify and respond to them appropriately, and we keep communicating on this platform. At 6 p.m., after the sectoral work stops, we're going to have we will have a lecture by Bill Gutentag from 6 to 7 p.m. We'd like to thank USAID Competitive Economy Program, who have made this lecture possible. We are going to talk about the entertainment industry, about the trends that the entertainment industry has encountered, and we will use concrete examples to understand what to do about that. I have heard new Ukrainian flame wars about that. We'd like to, of course, go to a higher level of discussion, which we have mentioned here as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to your respective sectors. Please follow the links, and Katya, Sacha, and I have been working for you, and we'll be back tomorrow and have a very productive day.
Історія і спадщина надихають. Україна надихає тебе. Ти надихаєш літературу. Література надихає балет. Балет надихає кіно. Кіно надихає музику. Музика надихає народні промисли. Народні промисли надихають моду. Мода надихає дизайн. Дизайн надихає технології. Технології надихають тебе. Ти надихаєш Україну. Україна надихає світ. Ти надихаєш світ.